during their bye week last year to re-sign Saquon Barkley to a long-term extension because they didn't want to be faced with the issue that we saw all offseason where you have two prospective free agents, Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley, and only one franchise tag. They wanted to make sure that they weren't in that situation in negotiating against the deadline. But because Saquon Barkley didn't take the deal that was offered him, the Giants were forced to go to a territory from a contractual standpoint with Daniel Jones that Joe Shane and Brian Daboll didn't want to. They ultimately relented. They gave Daniel Jones a $160 million contract with $82 million guaranteed in the first 2 years. But then that allowed them to place the franchise tag on Saquon Barkley, and ultimately what is putting them in a position of strength when it comes to these negotiations, because Saquon Barkley's either going to play for them on the franchise tag or he's not going to play at all.
And the running back market is just not what it once was, Chris. We are seeing a lot of guys that are still out there, Saquon included. But last year he finished fourth in the NFL, 1,312 rushing yards, 10 touchdowns, and he tied for the team lead with 57 receptions. We know what Saquon Barkley means to that organization, what he means to that offense, what he means to Daniel Jones's success, but we also know, as I just mentioned, that the value and the landscape for running backs in the NFL has drastically shifted. So when you're examining this relationship between both sides, who needs the other more? Do the Giants need Saquon Barkley more, or does he need them more?
Well, I would say that Saquon Barkley needs the Giants more because we're ultimately talking about a team that's ahead of schedule with the Giants. This is a relatively new program with the general manager and the head coach. This is Joe Shane and Brian Daboll's second year with the franchise. They made the playoffs in year one. Everybody realized that they were out over their skis, that they had exceeded expectations.
I hear something now. What the hell am I?
Success has earned them a level of credibility, not only with the fan base, with ownership. In regards to
now we're both going at the same time.
Players,
oh man, this is a hell of a Monday right here, folks. This is a hell of a Monday. Okay, I think do we got something?
Wait, Mario.
Well, no, we were playing at the same time, and there's a delay, so we've got to get through the delay.
The chat saying they're hearing it.
Okay, we're back.
The chat hearing it.
Okay, we're back. All right, Seth and Jonathan, ladies and gentlemen. Seth, hey, listen, hey, Seth and Jonathan, hey. All right. So we weren't fired on Friday.
Or maybe we just forced our way through here. They had all the plans in the world.
They didn't tell Jonathan and Seth either. They haven't opened their email where it said, hey, no matter how much they kick and scream, don't let those two idiots back on the air.
Don't feed the bears.
So I guess, hey, I mean, well, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one.
Hey, don't sleep on
Well, they did win. They did win.
But what Summer League with this winning record.
I meant to.
Don't sleep on Young
Zell.
Shout out to my brothers Young Zell right here. All right.
We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one.
Hey! This is definitely the beginning of the show. Welcome in here to the July 17th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barlin.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge
Nothing to see here.
Everything's smooth.
Nothing to see here. Just a smooth. Do we know what happened?
Basically, hold on. Basically, like the board tricked itself thinking something was working when it wasn't.
Well, I tell you, these robots, bro. I'm telling you, man.
The board
to get out while we can.
It's like I don't know. It's something weird. We had to slide you down, slide you. I don't know. It was weird.
I knew these boards were too high tech.
Hey, man, robots, bro.
These boards,
robots.
These boards are way too high tech.
Man, we need to manually flip a switch. We don't need the buttons and all the smart stuff. I'm telling you, these robots, bro. It's nasty.
Well, we're glad y'all are here. I got to be honest. We're glad we're here at this point. Shout out to everybody who was a little concerned when they turned on the radio. And I don't know who that was. Talking about Brian Dable. I don't know who that was.
After all the joking we did for a week, they're like, these guys are funny. And then they turn on the radio.
And we're not here. Oh, that's terrific. That is absolutely terrific.
Oh man, the only one that would have been happy is that guy that pulled up on us at the Eric Bellinger show.
He pulled up pretty aggressively
I said,
too.
Yo, what are we doing? What we got?
There was a brief moment where I was like, okay, this is probably not the impression we want to make, given how many of our bosses are within feet of us. But my man pulled up tough.
He said, "Hey man, I've been wanting to punch y'all in the face."
It's like, okay, so all right, bro. There's two of us, and I know Good Kid Dad City is here. I know E-Biz is here. My man Sush is about 10 feet over here. Like, all right,
Oasis is in the building.
Yeah,
Nico in the building. Like, we want kind of deep out here.
What you want to do? And then we made him smile by telling him Raider games will air on ESPN 13.
Like,
and that man grinned from ear to ear. He was so excited.
And then I clarified. He said, I called in and you told me to kiss your ass. I said, brother, the Warriors can kiss my ass, not you. He said, true.
He didn't think you'd remember. That was that was so funny. I've been wanting to punch y'all. Okay. Okay. Oh, we at the park. What we gonna do?
Have to do that.
Yeah, right.
That LA style. That Russell.
What's that? Russ against Jordan Clarkson?
That was Isaiah Stewart.
Oh,
it might have been Jordan Clarkson too, but it was that Isaiah Stewart time.
Was it that? That's when Isaiah Stewart ran like he was trying to get to somebody.
Yeah. Sir,
stop it. Hey, why don't we just try this all again in a few minutes?
Let's do it.
We've got I don't know what to say. We've got a fun day planned. The Kings off season is finally here.
Yeah.
They played their last summer league game. There's tons of little NBA notes to talk about. James Ham is going to join us. He's actually going to join us here pretty early in the studio. So we'll talk to him. We'll have some fun here today. We'll open up the phone lines for you. Hell, we'll see if those work. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. What conversation, you asked? I don't know. Did you get fired from your job today? And share your experiences with us.
Today is the first day of the top 25 games of the Kings season.
Stuff.
Number 25 will be unveiled today.
Stilo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino with 17 different restaurants and bars to choose from. Sky River Casino has something for everyone, from casual quick bites in the market at Sky River to fine dining at SR Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Head over to our Instagram page and see some of the amazing things we had at our Saturday night at SR Prime. Go check that out. Couldn't have asked for a better evening at Sky River Casino. We are just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was eventful.
Woo.
That was wild.
Bizarre.
I'm looking like all over. There is nothing out of place in this room.
Bizarre.
Weird. Weird. Let's get Mark Primo shout out in here too. Where's Mark? There he is. Francesca. 21st anniversary. Wow, that's crazy. Y'all don't even look like you old enough to have been married for 20 years.
That is crazy.
That's funny, David, because that's what I was doing. I had all these things playing, like, give us sound. Oh, Jimmy, it's I don't know, man.
fine.
I,
Fine.
no, I,
You
I, just-
probably,
I understand.
you know, it's
I just-
probably I'd say about 2 weeks away from really filling in. And
I
then
don't
you
think
know,
I want this though.
well, it might be gray, and you might be like a silver fox. You know what I'm saying?
Well, see, but okay, so there's issues with that.
Mhm.
My hair isn't gray yet.
That's okay. There's plenty of people that have regular hair or no hair and have a gray beard. It's fine.
James said I was primed for homelessness.
Well, that was harsh.
and your wife didn't even see it.
She said she didn't see it.
Isn't that what she was like? Oh, I just noticed. Like she didn't even see it. You can't see it. That's the whole point.
The chatty out saw it. They're like, "Yo, it's coming in nice."
Look at George says, my beard's been 2 weeks away the last 5 years. I've just come to look, I like it. Like, it's cool. Like, I like it. I just don't know that I want it. It's like, all right, I know I
It's
can
too
go
much
back
work
to this.
now. It's too much.
I know I can go back to it when it's time. I just don't know that it's time. I just don't know that it's time. It's not that I don't like it. It's just, it might not be time for this. It might be later.
Timing is everything.
Might be later.
Coach JT in the house.
Coach,
What up,
let's
big
go,
dog?
baby.
Manny, you just make sure like
Wait,
your breathing is the way it's supposed to be and everything's good. All right. Do that
Manny,
for
you
me.
know you can call back. Just, be normal next time you call. John, till November, man. Like my thing is like I'm going on vacation in August.
That's even better.
I don't know. Like,
Not in front of no cameras. Nothing. That's the time. That's the first time I grew the beard out. Because
I should have done COVID like everybody else.
Well, I think it was just a long time. This was when Reese was born, and I was going to Baltimore, and I was like, I don't even have all my stuff. Like, I'm not gonna be able to shave. I might as well let the week happen, and let it grow out. And that's what I did. Changed my life forever. Because I don't know if I would have had the patience to do it any other way.
Mark, are you in here? Is it Francesca? And am I saying that right? That's what it looks like. I just want to make sure you didn't accidentally leave out a letter. Then you get in trouble when you get home.
Yeah, we don't need,
We don't need that. Hey, let's let these air horns fly real quick for Mark and Francesca, our main man, Mark.
Yeah, man.
His beautiful wife, Francesca. He said it was 21st anniversary.
I don't believe them.
I don't believe that either.
It might be the 21st day they've been
Like, I
married.
can't, like, they
21st week. They had been married. for 20
They
years.
absolutely do not
They've
look
barely
like,
been alive 21
that's what I'm
years.
saying.
Hmm.
The math ain't math in here.
I'm gonna need to see some ID.
Yeah, I agree. We're gonna need see some ID on from both of you.
No, let me see your ID. What's that from?
Hang on.
You got it. You got
This
it.
is bad radio. I don't remember.
Higher learning.
Cube.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, campus police said, let me see your ID. No, let me see your ID.
Yeah, we really don't acknowledge that Michael Rappaport was a skinhead in that movie, huh?
That
We just-
movie was a lot.
That movie was, yeah.
That was a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Good movie, classic.
It was a very good movie.
Tyra Banks, Omar Epps.
Well,
What? Go ahead, say it.
it's been long. We don't need to pretend like Tyra was a good actress. What's
don't-
wrong with you? What's wrong with you? She's terrible. She's terrible. It's okay. She's terrible.
Somebody played the scene in Poetic Justice where Lucky and Justice first got into it, where he got kicked her out the car or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it was crazy. I couldn't even repost it, but that was a wild scene.
That was a very wild
So-
scene. That was an incredible scene, but still managed to be better than just like my damn mama. Still managed to be better than that. That's
I
tough.
love that movie. I gotta watch that movie. I'm gonna have to rewatch Higher Learning though. You said Tyra's acting was bad. I don't remember it being good, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was-
Okay, who was worse? Her or Janet? That had to be Tyra. Janet's a good actress.
Well, she wasn't good in Poetic Justice.
Yeah, it's out of her. She tried to have some range there.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
Yeah.
No, it's Tyra.
Hmm.
Tyra was cool in Fresh Prince. She was because it was easy. Like it works.
Remember Morris Chestnut and his girlfriend? Was it Morris Chestnut
In Fresh Prince?
No, in Higher Learning. Was it Morris Chestnut?
I don't think Morris Chestnut was in Higher Learning.
He
Was it
probably
Omar Epps?
No.
No.
Omar Epps wasn't.
He-
But that's not. But it was the other guy on the track team, and he went to the Halloween party with his girlfriend.
Oh, was she white?
Yeah, she was white,
Yeah.
and they went and salt and pepper.
Yeah. I don't think that was Morris Chestnut, wasn't
It
that?
probably
What was it?
wasn't. I feel like it was Morris
Christy
Chestnut,
Swanson,
but
wasn't it? Yeah. I think that was the white girl.
No, you're
Nah,
probably
I don't see him. I don't remember who it was,
it's
but
gonna
it
bother
wasn't.
me now. As Damien would say, you've lost me.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't even remember Busta in that movie.
Oh yeah, he's like, I take this black fist and I'll.
Oh, that's right.
smash
That's right. That's right. That's right. I haven't watched High. It was Morris Chestnut for real? Warren says it was Morris Chestnut. I do not remember him in that
I'm trying
movie
to see
at
if he-
all.
'Cause
Oh,
was the
there he
guy-
is. He's on. Yeah,
He didn't.
he's-
He
he's
was
here.
like giving Omar Epps a hard time.
He was uncredited. He's a track anchor, as this says.
Mm.
I do not remember him in that movie at all. I haven't watched it. I haven't seen that movie in
Yeah, that's not one that comes
probably
on TBS.
20.
That does not come on.
Your little
TBS.
fun story about the good kid turned skinhead. Just tap in. Regina King. Oh, you a super duper senior.
Oh man,
Yeah, that's a good movie.
yeah, that's
That's a good movie. Yo, did you see Steph at all this weekend?
I saw clips. I saw the hole in one. That was awesome.
Steph
That was awesome.
Steph put on a show in
He did.
Tahoe. Like, I know people really, and rightfully so, especially here, people really, really love that event.
Mhm.
Steph. Oh, and shout out to Kings fans that came through to Tahoe.
Mm.
Apparently he was motivated to win the
Yeah.
tournament by the Light the Beam chance.
Yeah, we was out there.
Sorry.
We was out there. They didn't start something. NBA didn't start something. We out there. We everywhere.
If the Kings had any question about the beam,
That beam
Answered.
can't go nowhere.
answered.
That beam gonna be around for 100 years, like Roll Tide.
That man said, what, 2 months, 3 months after the series ended, I was hearing Light the Beam chants out there, and that was motivating me. Oh, that beam ain't going nowhere.
It really
Matter of
is
fact,
crazy.
they ran the little test to see if it could get bright. Make it even brighter.
Make it even brighter. Make it a laser. Make it where if
Make it so they could see it in Walnut Creek or
well, I
wherever
was gonna
Steph
say
lives.
something, but that'll add to the wrong, untrue narrative that goes around about me. I was gonna say make it where it's like a laser, so if birds come across it, they get fried.
Yeah,
But
that's not
no,
good.
it's not what I
You've
want.
offed enough birds.
I haven't done anything to any birds.
How many birds died at the Caraway compound this
They
weekend?
didn't. I was looking. They've smartened up, opened the market up, like Jay-Z would say. Like my homie's been dying over here. We can't. It's hot over there, literally. Let's get out of here.
It was hot.
Man,
Now it's just weird. Now it's like hot and cloudy.
it's that East Coast, baby.
Yeah.
I got up Sunday morning. It felt like the East Coast. It was like
Yeah, it was weird. Sunday was
7
weird.
degrees at
Yeah.
8 in the morning.
Them,
Sticky. I loved it.
Those 5 a.m. workouts in the garage that doesn't get any air into it.
Mm.
Those are tough. I wondered for a brief moment this morning if I was dying.
Oh no.
Yeah, because for the last like 2 weeks, like the workout is tough. Like I can't get my heart rate down. It's
Yeah.
like so hot, and I was working, and it was tough, and it was, this is it. I'm dying.
Yeah.
My heart, this does
Grand
not
opening,
feel
grand
right.
closing.
Well, that's how the story would end. We had the Friday we had, and then, hey, how'd the story end? Well, D'Lo died on Monday. Like
Oh,
it
no.
never. That was the kid. When we left Cesar Chavez Park and the Eric Bellinger show on Friday after the
Hell of an event on Friday.
Incredible.
That was really cool.
That's the slowest I've ever driven home because all I kept thinking about is this day was too perfect. This day was too perfect. Drive home carefully. Don't get pulled over. Don't get antsy because the car can go a little fat. Get home. Just get home and live to fight another day.
Live to fight another day.
And then
Sacramento
Monday morning got
up.
here. I was like, well, I ain't gonna be it.
I didn't think they would pull up with it being so hot outside, but they pulled up. Man.
Eric Bellinger's catalog is deep.
Man, he put on a heck of a show.
He did.
He put on a heck of a show, man. That
So
was
did DJ
that
Oasis.
was a great. Shout out to Oasis.
He had that crowd in 95-degree heat jumping.
Not caring, just like we jumping out here.
Mhm.
Yeah, shout out Oasis, man.
That was fun.
Shout out my man Nico too. Y'all check them at District 30 whenever, man.
Shout out to the homeboy Souch, man. Souch been on Sacramento radio quite a bit, and he showed us. That was my first time actually meeting him.
Mm-hmm.
Man, he showed D'Lo and KC a lot of love.
Absolutely.
That was great stuff.
But
great stuff.
How do we get to Friday?
I don't remember. I was gonna ask more about Steph. I don't really know. I'm still thrown off by the way the show started, by not actually starting.
That was crazy. That was crazy. But I mean, Steph. Oh no, we were talking about Light the Beam.
Oh yeah, the Light the Beam chance that got
you
Steph
said
going.
that you hope they make it bright enough where it kills birds.
No, that's what you said.
What
I said I hope they make it bright enough so Steph could see it from his house in Walnut Creek. That's what I said.
but
or
about the beam though, like we saw a little bit of it, like when Cooper and the gang came through. They just wanted to chant Light the Beam.
Mm-hmm.
I was coaching these kids, the baseball team this year, and when things would happen, and a couple other teams, like when things would happen, like good for their team, they just start chanting Light the Beam.
Oh, I get it.
But it was in the second inning. Game not over, nothing. They just scored 2 runs. All of a sudden, they talking about Light the Beam. Like this is a phenomenon. And most importantly, kids love it.
Mm-hmm.
I have another homie who's like, yeah, my kid, he's a Laker fan. He like the Warriors, but he does run around the house talking about Light the Beam.
Well,
Beam ain't never going nowhere.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Nowhere.
It's gotta be around. And I like the gimmick that it needs purple. The purple shortage to shine. Bonte Hill posted something on his IG story that got my attention. I don't know if you saw it, but he said that Steph is going to go down as the most beloved athlete in North America. Or let me rephrase it, because I think that what he said is Steph is the most beloved athlete in North America. Do you agree with him? Because I tried to, because it's Bonte and it's the Warriors. I tried to find holes in that logic, and I actually had to pause and go, wait a minute. Is he right?
He might be right. I mean, if not, he's top 3. The first one that came to my mind was Patrick Mahomes. I know there's people who he destroys their team.
Yeah.
So they kind of hate him because
that happens with Steph.
Yeah.
It happens with Steph.
But nobody's like Patrick Mahomes is overrated or he's not good. We're all in awe of Patrick Mahomes at all time. And we're like, damn, that dude is crazy. Now, he doesn't have the sweat equity. Like, he doesn't have the time around that Steph Curry has. And that leads to it as well. But that's the only one I could really think of was Patrick Mahomes.
I can't think of anyone else, and I don't think it's Patrick. Like Tyler's pointing out, a lot of folks hate Steph. No, I get that. A lot of folks hate Patrick Mahomes. Ramsey, of course, is incorrect there. Great. Everyone's willing to say that Bonte's wrong.
They can't give a player.
Who is it?
They can't give a player.
Because it sure as hell isn't LeBron, because y'all hate LeBron James. Yeah. It ain't him. Yeah. It sure ain't a baseball player.
I thought about Ohtani.
Serena's gone. Tiger's gone. Patrick is fine. I don't think he's more beloved than Steph. So who is it?
Yeah.
And unless you can provide me an answer, I think I got to go with Steph.
Yeah.
It's not Giannis. It sure as hell ain't Jokic. Jokic is working a 9 to 5. I think it's Steph.
Yeah, I think so too. Now,
And I didn't want it to be like I wanted to. Well, okay, Dave is right. It's Tyrese Halliburton, but
Oh,
second
there's-
to Tyrese Halliburton, I think it's Steph Curry.
yeah.
And I appreciate the Shohei Ohtani. It's not Shohei. It absolutely is not.
Now
Not enough people care about baseball to care about Shohei Ohtani.
It's not, and he hadn't been around long enough.
That too.
Now here's the other part about it. Like, yes, it's yeah, Dr. David Jackson.
Yeah. David Jackson says Ramsey, Babe Ruth, and Connor McDavid. I know Ramsey though. He'd never say Babe Ruth.
Now here's the flip side to it. Here's the flip side to it. All right,
Yeah.
This is a double-edged sword for Bonte Hill.
Okay.
It's probably Steph Curry
Mhm.
because most people don't irrationally or ridiculously hate Steph Curry the way Warrior fans hate LeBron James. If you guys weren't acting like such jackasses all the time, maybe it'd be LeBron James. But you guys hate anybody that's not a Warrior. Like CP3 is trash. One of the greatest point guards of all time. A lot of Warrior fans say, oh, he's trash. All he does is flop.
Uh-oh. How'd that work out?
LeBron James, one of the greatest players we've ever seen in our lifetime. Oh, he's overrated. Oh, what's his finals record? Steph better. Yeah, all right. So the reason why Kevin Durant,
Russell Westbrook.
they hate it. If it wasn't for them being hating jackasses, it wouldn't be Steph Curry. But because everybody else, even though the Warrior fans will tell you everybody hates Steph Curry, the NBA hates Steph Curry, referees hate Steph Curry, he don't get no respect. Everywhere he goes, Steph Curry get love and respect from everybody else. So the answer is Steph Curry. But it's because Warrior fans are a bunch of haters.
Warriors fans are haters. That is accurate.
Except for Drew Down.
Oh, Drew Down. Yeah, Drew Down ride with us.
Yeah.
Maybe Patrick is second.
Patrick Mahomes leaves people in awe. Like
he does.
There's nothing. Patrick Mahomes reminds me of Steph Curry because I wanted all the smoke. You know, going into the Super Bowl, I was like, "Yo, give me that Patrick Mahomes smoke. I want it all back. All this other stuff. You know, I want my get back as a 49er fan." But he's terrifying. Guy's terrifying. What you gonna say about Patrick Mahomes? The guy, since he's been playing in the league, nobody can stop him.
Yeah, and I know there are people who dislike Steph for whatever reason, but when you think about guys like Brady. It's weird because I don't think we're measuring the level of love anymore. I think we're measuring the level of hate. And the hate for LeBron James is incredibly high. No one will admit it, but the hate for Kobe Bryant prior to the poem was incredibly high. The hate for Tom Brady, incredibly high. Again, we're not measuring greatness anymore. We're measuring the level of hate that sports fans have for this individual. Steph certainly has a level of hate. And I'd argue it's below all of those guys. Now, it's much different with Kobe now, so he's not a part of the conversation. But when we talk about LeBron and Tom Brady in terms of like the absolute best, I think the level of hate that people have for Steph is below those two. And the level of love, even if you matched them across the board, the level of that all evens out. The hate, I think, for Steph is far below. I'd argue far below those other two.
Far below.
I don't know why people hated Brady, other than unless
cheating allegations.
Well, unless you just analyze that he always has sticky fingers, man. Like he was he got a pass, man, on every. Oh, it's the organization's fault. It's Bill's fault. It's this. Okay. Boy, he around it a lot, though.
A lot. Why is it only you? Why is it only you that is involved in these situations? Ain't nobody else. As much as we don't like the guy, Aaron Rodgers ain't never been involved in no Spygate.
No, he just sucks as a person.
Well,
that's all.
There's that. Yeah.
Great quarterback. Just kind of sucks as a
Somebody
person.
said I think it was Bryce. I wish I would have started, but he says a lot of people. There you go. Mahomes isn't beloved. Most people hate him. I would completely disagree.
Yeah, I agree.
I
with
would
Bryce.
completely
with
disagree.
Bryce.
But I will say this: I think people hate his family. They hate his wife and they hate his brother.
That's fair. Yeah.
And
I love Patrick Mahomes. I don't like anyone in his family.
well, I don't really know his dad. His dad be smoking a cigar all the time. And his mom, she's an interesting character from things that I've heard. And the wife is annoying. But there was a time when Aisha still is annoying to some people. I don't have a problem with Aisha.
Oh, the league is rigged.
Well,
I just witnessed it firsthand.
oh man, you want to talk about passes? You want to talk about passes? Then people overlooking stuff.
Don't tweet when you're emotional.
Oh man,
Don't tweet when you're emotional.
League is rigged.
The league is rigged. I just witnessed it firsthand. As Drew Down says, most people hate Mahomes? ? Nah, most people hate his wife and brother.
Yeah.
That's probably fair. I don't even remember. I don't see his dad often.
His dad was big this past Super Bowl run because he was going around smoking on whatever team they just beat. Pack.
Oh, that's right.
He was smoking on that Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
That was one of the first times that I had seen his dad through all this.
Yeah.
I told you about the time I was randomly watching a baseball game and his dad came in to pitch.
I don't think so.
It was so bizarre. Like it was a classic game. Mets, Braves, 90. I don't know. It was the playoffs. And I think he started the game. And I was just like doing some work and had it on in the background. And Bob Costas, that little nerd, and Bob Costas came in and was like, yeah, taking the mound right now, Patrick Mahomes. I said, the hell? Sure enough, his dad was up there pitching for the Mets.
Unrelated, but what was it? Stafford? What was the quarterback that watched the girl fall off the stage and didn't do anything?
Stafford.
Okay. Stafford should probably be a little higher on everybody's hate list after that.
Yeah, he did something else too. I forgot what else he did.
Well, Rams fans would say he was terrible last year.
He got hurt last year.
Well, thus he was terrible.
Where's that? Yeah. His wife was talking about how many 49er fans were.
Didn't she have a radio show?
Yeah, she got a podcast.
Oh, she had a podcast. That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Anyways, Bonte Hill posted that, and I was like, man, Bonte comp. Huh?
I think he's right.
Well,
I think he's right.
He
like I said, because most Warrior fans hate on LeBron for ridiculous reasons.
There's
Steph
a new
Curry is very cool. I enjoy. I'm ready for him to go. I'm ready for him to retire.
Yeah.
I've seen enough Steph Curry.
Yep.
I've got all the memories I need.
Yep.
In my lifetime. But I like Steph, man. I love Steph Curry. That boy. He is cold. He is cold. Love Steph Curry.
Yeah, that was an incredible. Just the hole-in-one was awesome. He has a great ability to play into the crowd. He almost hit a over the head, shot at like some little makeshift hoop that was over there on the course. That looks like a really fun event.
Yeah, one day
I've
I'll
never
get down
gone.
there.
Yeah,
Get down there
never
one day.
gone.
What do you make of the whole dynamic of a lot of Kings fans there? Steph taking notice, talking about, I heard a lot of like the beam and go Kings and all that other stuff. I mean, it had to be relatively.
The big fans of DeAndre Fox.
Well, who was in attendance?
He was in attendance. I didn't know that until we got the picture. I didn't know he was there. I hope Charles said hello to him.
I never saw any video of him golfing.
I didn't either.
But
it absolutely
was in golf attire.
Yeah,
on one of the days.
Yeah, well, DeAndre was golfing.
DeAndre was golfing. That's why nobody noticed.
Yeah, it was DeAndre.
Rain was on there on the course as well. Shout out Rain, little buddy Rain.
Yeah, I had no idea that Steph was there. That was. It makes.
Fox.
I had no idea. I had no idea the winner of the tournament was there. Yeah, I had no idea De'Aaron was there. It makes Charles's flub funnier. because he probably saw him at some point.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. So I thought it was pretty cool that Steph noticed it. Like, he wasn't even asked about it. He was asked about like being there, and he's like, yeah, a lot of Warriors fans. It's like, but a lot of Kings fans out there, a lot of light the beam chants out there this weekend. So gave extra motivational. Yeah, all right, Steph, be motivated. We here. We ain't worried about your motivation.
As
we gave you one last year. That's it. We dead and all that now.
As Patrick points out, Steph wishes Warriors fans still made noise. Instead, they got the dental office.
That's why the dental office is the dental office.
They got to sit politely.
That's why it is what it is. Ain't no raucous, roaracle, all this other stuff. Roaracle was never even Arco, to be honest with you. I hate when people say,
"Oh, not even
Roaracle
close."
was not even Arco. Let's not even go there. But they had a little noise in there, or whatever the case may be. But now they had that dental office, sterile as hell in that joint.
No, it's tough. That's tough.
Sterile as hell. Maybe we'll go to the dental office this season if it works out, man. Maybe
I told you I'm going September 1st. I hope it's not the dental office when there's a concert going on.
No, it's always the dental office. I mean, there's no pizzazz in there. There's no character in that building. It just is what it is. But
do I need to sell my tickets on StubHub? Like,
no, you can enjoy it.
Do I gotta sit quietly?
We might. I don't know. We might be there.
Golf clap for LL Cool J.
we might be there, to see Drizzy Drake. You know what I mean? Might see.
That'd be nice. That'd be nice.
It's like I always say.
Can't wait till Elite 40 comes out. We're too short.
They're showing up with the motto. When the motto comes on, they're gonna come out for that. But they spent $1 billion on it. It's nice. It's like a home. That's a $1 billion home is nice. Like, everything is new and nice, looks good, top of the line types. Not saying it's a dump. Saying it's got no life, no character. It's not a fun place.
Oh, Easy says, still waiting for KC to set up that party bus. Well,
I'm ready. Get in touch with the people, make it happen.
No speculation here. De'Aaron must be signing with UA as he was the special guest of Steph. Well, he did rock Curry's.
Yeah.
Virtually.
Or he's being recruited.
Well, there's that.
There's a bidding war.
I don't care. I love when you say that. I don't care who. Well, I would prefer he signed elsewhere. Let me tell you how influential Kenny is in this office, by the way.
What'd I do?
Kenny, those were the swipers you had on last Thursday. And you know how the swipers look like? They look like two different shoes. Well, someone in the office, I won't say who, it's no one that you would know, but someone in the office thought it was so cool that Kenny did that. He actually has two different pairs of the same shoe, just in different color. And he wore, like, the right shoe was one color and the left shoe. That's how much Kenny influences this office.
Oh, man, I just trying to.
He's got people mixing, matching shoe combinations.
I look good, man. He needs to do it more often. Trendsetter. He's a trendsetter.
Well, the Kings offseason is finally here. In our 1320 Kings Insider, James Ham is as well. We'll talk Kings basketball. Lots of stuff in the NBA. Joel Embiid's talking. Oh, and he's already trying to clean it up on Twitter. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Sacramento Kings as well when D'Lo and Casey with James Ham return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Hammer here. Camera 3. One, two, three. Nope. 1, 2, 4.
Don't touch anything, actually. We don't want to.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
James got to sit next to you.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's going to happen shortly. I'll set that up when the show ends. It just got. Okay, we're back.
Oh, you were muted.
Yeah, we turned the. I can turn the mics off.
All the mics.
Yeah.
Okay. That's why I was texting.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. And then I'm going to send this to you.
Xavier, we know you're a Warriors fan, man. We appreciate you being here too. Drew Down been riding with us for a while, man, but I appreciate you checking in and hanging out with us.
What color shoes did Ham got on? Let me see if I'll do the Mike Brown.
Yeah, Xavier, don't be pissing everybody off, man.
Got blue Pumas.
Puma.
No socks. It's my summer look.
James Bagley.
You know, well, you guys have seen my fancy shoes. I haven't worn those much this summer. My slip-ons with all the artwork on them.
I actually like Puma. I like Puma.
I don't think I've seen those.
Complex wears some nice.
I wore them one
Pumas.
time, and you guys were like, "Oh, what's that?"
Oh, I remember you wearing those. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you get that last text?
Yep. Responding now.
Oh, yeah.
So that meeting's today. The
Yeah.
Yeah, they forgot that they forgot to do the exit interviews before they cut our audio off this morning.
Ham came in here. It was his show. Now he said, "What the hell are you guys doing here?"
Yep. It's all making sense now.
That's funny. Yeah, let's hit the like button. Ankles out. Yeah. You know, the problem that I have
Well,
is,
you're wearing shorts, aren't you?
well, yeah.
You know, well, of course your ankles are out.
Yeah, the problem I have is that if I
Oh,
wear
it's
white
nice.
socks, they really just make my legs look even wider. So
What shoes you got on today?
Some Nikes, bro. Stop.
For real?
Stop.
Why don't you
Oh,
show?
yeah.
Why don't you
Some
show everyone?
I just got some Nikes.
Why don't you show everyone the Nikes that you have on?
Just got some Nikes.
even your socks match.
Well,
Saucy over here.
King's Muse, what's up, baby?
King's Muse, what's good? King's Muse is an S starter on Twitter.
He is, and I'm here for it. He always, he or she always
He
makes
or
me
she.
laugh.
Miss Ham is not out of town. This is actually our anniversary today.
Hey,
Oh,
happy
come on, man.
anniversary!
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry to, sorry. Feel like Jesse's being a little salty today. He's not talking to us during the break. He comes. We're back. What's wrong, man? Did you have a bad weekend?
No, I just been doing updates and stuff like that.
Okay, all right. I was just
Jesse's-
making sure.
Jesse's cross is 2 sticks.
I'm a little
Feels-
tired today though.
Kind of feels like it.
It's been a weird vibe today. It's not bad. It's not good. It's been a weird vibe.
Well, yeah, we thought we were fired when the show started. So that, yeah, that constitute that as weird. We joked all last week, Hammer, about these meetings we had at 4:00 last week. And it turns out when we took the air at 12, we weren't actually on the air. Something happened with the board
For
and
like the first 7
we
minutes.
weren't on the air.
Oh,
They
for
were
like
playing
9
ESPN
minutes.
radio.
Yeah. ESPN.
The
yeah.
best part is you dudes in here like acknowledge me, and no one acknowledged you at
no
all.
one.
No one.
Absolutely no one. Air horns for the Ham. Mrs. Ham, attorney at law, and James Ham celebrating how many years of marriage? 25. Wow,
Nice.
we've got to communicate better. I would not have asked you to come in today if I knew it was your 25th wedding anniversary.
24.
Oh, I thought you said I thought that was
24.
Oh, 4.
Yeah.
Man.
Well, still, that's a lot.
Next year,
That's
we'll do something spectacular for 25.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what.
Just for the record, 24 is still a lot.
It is.
Oh,
it
it's
is
a lot. Yeah.
Right.
We've been together 27, something like that.
Nice.
Great,
26 and a half.
That's tremendous.
That is awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Happy
Indeed.
anniversary.
That's about how
to
long
the
Kenny and
Hams.
Jazz have been together.
Pretty much.
They'll be celebrating
Getting
their
married
first
soon.
wedding anniversary next September.
COVID took about 3-4 years off.
Just to
so.
be clear, you were together like 14 years before COVID hit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, we're taking our time.
That's fine.
We're getting to know each other.
Kenny was
to know each other.
Kenny was slow playing it. Just
That's
hey,
funny.
a couple kids like
I had to convince her, really.
Well, it's because your music choice was trash. Apparently,
Uh,
We never see eye to eye on that.
no, that's fine.
It works. out.
Well, Jazz, the people closest in your life, you just don't see eye to eye with. Whether it's me, Jazz.
Something's wrong with these people.
Well, I would argue you're lucky you have us.
That's great. Hey, real quick, this is a little random. Whack 100.
Whole first hour of the show has been pretty random.
Whack 100 and Charles White were about to fight the other day.
I don't
Whack
know.
100. He's with Gilly. They got the podcast.
Oh, okay.
And then and Charles White, he's a podcast.
Like they was about to fight, like in person fight,
Yeah,
or
they
they
were
were
about
just
to-
bickering on
No,
Twitter.
they were in person.
Oh,
They were in the same place. They were about to fight. You want to take a guess on who broke things up?
I don't know.
Am, you want to take a guess?
no, because my guess will be way off. I may not know the person you're going to say.
No, you definitely know him.
Oh,
Floyd Mayweather, who?
No,
Snoop.
no. Michael Jordan.
Oh, What?
Why were all of these people in the same place at the? Were they in Vegas?
And was he with Scottie Pippen's wife?
Oh my! Well,
That's what I saw the clip. Look, I'll email it to you guys or text it to you guys. I said, why are these guys in the same place?
it had to have been in Vegas, right?
I never would have thought Whack 100 and Michael Jordan be in the same place.
Charles White.
Man's name is Whack 100.
James Google's
Charleston White. I keep calling him Charles White.
Whack
Charleston
100.
This is
I didn't even spell whack right. I gotta
Michael
be honest
Jordan
there.
stops Whack 100.
What is Whack 100?
This is amazing.
I'm reading
Now
a
I got-
tweet right now. It says Michael Jordan almost put hands on Whack 100.
Oh, oh, look at Mike. Mike's jeans have not changed in what 25 years.
Gwitty Cube is right. What did I say? I said I was talking about Wallow. It wasn't Wallow. It's Whack 100 is Games Matter. That's right. I was off on that one. Good call.
Michael Jordan's been dressing exactly the same for 20 some odd years.
That's the style.
Yeah, and he ain't leaving it.
Wallow was not fighting. It was Whack 100, by the way.
All right, you've lost most of us at this point, so let's just keep it moving. James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and creator of the Kings Beat here with us. James, it feels like for the first time the offseason's here. Like, because game 7 ends, and we're obviously, we're wrapped up in game 7 ending, but then immediately we're on like Sasha watch, and we're watching Sasha in the Euro League, and then the draft, and then free agency, and then we've got the California Classic and Summer League. All of it's over. And it feels like for the first time, really, man, I'd argue the first time since the Kings moved up in the lottery last year to go up to number 4, it feels like now it's just quiet.
That's good though. The whirlwind, eventually it does need to stop, and these guys do need a break, and everybody needs to like decompress and then analyze, and that's what we'll do here over the next like 6 to 8 weeks is break down what exactly is happening and where the Kings are heading, and we'll overanalyze every move that they did.
Yep.
But that's kind of where you're at when you get to this point in the season. And for me, as someone who covers a team full time, it is like a decompression time. Like it's a moment where you can just kind of catch your breath. There isn't, we might have like a press conference here coming up at some point with Domantas Sabonis, or, when Sasha Vezenkov is officially announced and all that stuff. There might be a moment here where we do have some of these guys come through. But overall, it's going to be pretty quiet, and that it is a good thing. Everyone needs to recharge. You need to make sure you study for your fantasy football draft and do all that stuff, and like get ready for other things.
So you said something that just dawned on me. We got a press release from the Kings for Domas.
Yes.
HB.
Yep.
Trey.
Yep.
Just not Sasha yet.
No, and so basically, it's already gone through the portal at the NBA.
Oh, there's an overseas portal.
Yeah, something
Okay.
like that. Yeah, they're the transaction list, right? So
I think Coach Patrick's good at the overseas portal too.
Yeah, he's on
Yeah.
there.
He's good at that.
especially the Australian.
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
He's very on top of that one. So, so basically, the transaction, it's pending. It's already been processed into the league, but they're waiting on paperwork to make sure his contract clearance from overseas, from what I can tell. And that should happen at any time. We're just waiting for the press release. I may or may not have already pre-written everything and had it ready as soon as the press release comes out, and just like kind of to finish the thing. But it's a done deal. And I think we talked about it last week. The numbers like 6.34 million in year one, 6.65 in year two, 6.97 in year three, and year three is a team option. Spectacular contract for a player of this quality, this age. You're getting a seasoned veteran rotational player who should be able to step in and instantly be part of what you're doing and fill a void, do something that you didn't have before.
The numbers for Sasha, I don't know if there was ever any doubt or anything like that, but it feels like there was no way he could pass this up on his end. Like when you talk about the money, the opportunity to play with a team that is finally a good team. Maybe last year you look at it and you say, I'm not going over to the Kings. Like for what? They're not any good, but they're one of the new hot teams in the NBA right now. And just that money. I mean, would you say 6.1 in the first year?
6.34, something like that. Yeah.
For 2 years. He was making
nothing.
Yeah, not that over
no.
Euroleague, right?
So the thing I like about this too, Kenny, is that he bet on himself, right? So the Kings last year, they carved out a league minimum salary, but if we look and see what like Colby Jones did this year, where Colby got this he got the new second round exception, right? And the second round exception starts around $2 million, and you can give up to a 4-year deal, but really you can give 3 years with a player option. I mean, with a team option for the 4th year and stuff like that. That's all new. So second round picks in the past, you have not been able to do this. What you had to do is you had to carve out an exception either out of salary cap space or out of one of your other exceptions. So the Kings took their MLE last year, their mid-level, and they carved out 1.67 million out of that. And then they gave Malik Monk the rest of it. So Malik Monk signed for less than the exception, which was, 11 point something million last year. And they did that specifically to offer to Sasha, and he turned it down. And he was only making, I think it was 900,000 900,000 euro, which is like 1.2 million or something, 1.1 million in Europe. And he turned down the 3 or 4 year deal that the Kings were offering to stay overseas. And then he was excellent. I mean, he won MVP after MVP, won the Greek League MVP, won the Euro League MVP. He took his team to the Euro League finals and barely lost in the finals. They won the Greek League. So he's done everything that he could do to make himself better. And then he got paid. He got basically 4 times what he would have made if he would have taken the money last year. And he still has a buyout too. So the Kings can offer up to like $875,000. That doesn't count towards the cap. It's just to go towards buying him out of his European contract. Then he has to come up with the rest. And I think his buyout's at 1.5 million. So of his first year salary, the 6.35 million or 4 million, like a good chunk of that 600,000 or so will go directly to Olympiacos as well to buy him out of his contract, which he has to pay for. But the Kings can actually pay that money as well and just take it out of his contract.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is an interesting transaction.
And the bet on yourself thing is interesting too, because I do remember these discussions last year about Sasha and like, where would he be in the rotation and how would all of this fit? Is this really a big deal that he's not coming over? And then the Kings have the season that they have, and game 7 ends leading right into Sasha playing for, like, it felt like 10 EuroLeague titles, one after the other after the other. That's probably only a slight exaggeration, but it's what it felt like. And then you just felt people getting more and more excited. And you'd point this out. You're with us 3 times a week. You'd point this out once a visit. Yeah, Mike Brown is in such and such, watching such. Jordy Fernandez is in such and such. Doug Christie and Jackie went to watch Sasha. It was just like every day.
Lady went over.
Yeah. Like every King's Muse was out there.
I was
Sasha.
upset I didn't get invited. Like, where's the party bus? Like, I want to go to Greece.
You and Mark Jones are the only ones who didn't go, I guess.
See, me and Mark, we had even discussed, hey, we should go. Yeah.
Mark was probably planning a shopping trip out there.
Mark already had the connects. He was ready to go.
Oh, yeah.
He was ready to go. But when they brought Martina, I said, okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
All right. Now,
well,
it's over.
It's really good that you bring that up, because people who, Martina has whatever, like
a slightly polarizing name.
Yeah. She is someone that Kings fans,
and most people don't know why they dislike her.
They're very confused about what she does and who she is and all that stuff. But everyone should remember that Martina is the one that went over and negotiated Peja Stojakovic out of his contract in Europe and had him come over. And that took 2 years. You got to remember, he's drafted in 96, doesn't come over until the 98-99 season during the lockout. She also went over and did the same thing with Hedo Turkoglu. And then Hedo's buyout from his European team was so huge that he barely had any money in his first season. And so he lived in the guest house at Bettina's house. And so, yeah, I mean, that's when you sent her over, you knew it was done. That's when you're talking about contract negotiation stuff and European buyout stuff. And, she's an attorney and, she's been with the team forever, but she got her introduction to the Kings, I believe, with the Peja Stojakovic deal.
Anything stand out to you as the Kings? Obviously, Saturday was a bit of a different type of summer league game. Like anyone that you may have wanted to watch didn't play.
Man,
like
they had so many people.
like your boy Jake Stevens got some run.
There we go.
But like there was no Jordan Ford. Obviously Keita didn't play. A lot of the names that Kings fans had been watching really closely the 4 games prior didn't play in that 5th game. So that's why we have spent virtually no time talking about it. But I'll mention this real quick, James. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey along with James Ham here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well, on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. Any major takeaways from Las Vegas?
Yeah, I mean, I think that final game, if we just look at that final game, I think a couple of interesting things happened. First of all, Keita and Colby Jones both were beat up. Nimi wasn't going to play no matter what because of the foot injury, but Colby took that ridiculous spill where he landed hard on his hip. And then I think he got to that point where, Keon Ellis, again, already has a 2-way contract. And then I thought it was interesting that they sat Jordan Ford. That's something I'll just point out. Like, I thought it was interesting. It's almost like Jordan Ford did enough, and they need to see what some of these other young players can do. Like, was it Boom? What some of them could do. And I think that's a good thing for him. That's a good thing for Jordan Ford. That might mean something, like whether it's a training camp invite or it's a 2-way contract or whatever it might mean. Like, we'll have to wait and see. But again, I think that's a good thing. And then Jalen Lawson, I think really hadn't been able to stand out at all. And I thought he was really good. I thought he had some moments, and I'm still not convinced 100% that he's going to be an NBA player at some point. Certainly he'll get there because he signed a 2-way, and there will be games where he'll be on the bench, maybe if you have injuries or something. But like, we're going to have to wait and see how he develops. And, he's already like a 23-year-old prospect who played like so many games in college. It's ridiculous. But overall, I just think that Like, it was a good win. They fought hard. It showed you what Luke Laux is trying to teach. It's a competitive fire. It's whether shots fall or not, you're going to play hard. And then there was some weird oddities to that. They had one guy, only one player of the 10 that played, that didn't hit a 3-point shot. And they had one guy who didn't get a rebound, which was Chance Comanche, which it was like, come on, bro. Like, you almost have to try. I mean, that's like Jay Triano and Manny the mannequin, right?
Yeah, Manny
the mannequin. It's a mannequin with his hand straight up. And they say, like, look, if we put the mannequin right under the basket, he's going to get 10 rebounds a game. Chance, what's your answer? Like, oh, bro, you're almost 7 foot tall. Yeah. Like, how could you go through an entire game? Man. You know, he hit a corner three. You're like, oh, that's cool. That's cool. Like, all these things you're doing are cool. You know, they've panned to the bench. The bench is clapping because he hit a three. It's like, get a rebound.
You gotta bring down the board
now. Like on. That is like I don't know even what to say.
Sir, you are not going to solve our rebounding problems.
Yeah.
Good luck in your future endeavors.
Yeah.
You mentioned Slauson, and he did play well on Saturday. That was good to see for him. I wonder what type of player he's going to turn into to get into the league. He's not the tallest guy. He's not the greatest athlete. I think he has pretty good basketball IQ and understanding of the game. But I try to figure out like what it would take for him to get to the league and stick. Is he going to have to develop, some type of shot, or is he going to have to turn into this elite 3-and-D is being aggressive, but a defender that can defend on the perimeter and big guys as well? What do you think his focus should be to get to the big club at some point?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be as a 3-and-D guy. I mean, he's a mature, high basketball IQ player. He hit the 3-ball his junior year, or I don't even know what you call it now, because I think he played 5 years in college. He got the COVID exception, I believe. But he was the defensive player of the year in his conference in his junior year, not his senior year. He was all conference like for a couple of years, and he's a good ball player, but he's got to find ways to stand out. And just like we talked about this with Keita, there's a big difference between being a college player at Furman, is that where he was? Yeah. And being a professional basketball player. There's a much different. So when your job is to do nothing but play basketball, your focus, the training, everything, like I expect him to be more dynamic. I expect him to lose a little weight, to be in just primo shape. And maybe there's a little bit more you can get out of him. Like even at the combine, I mean, was he 6'8" with it's just under 7 foot wingspan. So he has that type of body that you're looking for, but he threw up a max vert of 33 inches. Can you make him more athletic? Can you work on that stuff? Can you better define his body when this is his full-time job? And I think that's, again, they gave him a 2-way, which I thought was pretty, that was pretty like bold as a 54th pick. Most guys like that you put through summer league and maybe a training camp invite. And if they've got to the point where you feel comfortable, you give them a 2-way. They gave it to him right off the bat, like they did with Keon Ellis, who was undrafted the year before. And we're gonna have to wait and see. Like his road to the NBA is not just like an easy straight path.
What do you attribute that to? The quick, I won't say handing out of the 2-way contracts. Do you think it's just like, hey, this guy provides something we really like and we want to be patient with them, and giving them the contract out the gate emphasizes that we're going to be patient with this process with these particular players?
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you're always hoping that it doesn't matter where you're drafting, like in the late second round, that you might have something there. Like a lot of those players, they never play in the NBA at all. I mean, we can talk about like Justin James and Kyle Guy and players like that they actually found a way onto the court, whether it was like for a bunch of minutes or not. Both of them have gone overseas and are playing really well overseas. I know Kyle Guy just got another contract, and I know Justin James was on Victor Wembanyama's team for a stretch. So like there are like those players, they're gonna have to fight their way into the league, and that's why they're late second round picks. I mean, that's kind of what you're going with. But for me, I'll always, like, for the next couple of years, I'm going to keep saying this. Trace Jackson Davis was on the board right there, and he's a player that was potential late first round, maybe early second round pick, and he wanted a full-fledged contract. That's what his agent wanted. They didn't want a two-way. They wanted a NBA roster spot with the guaranteed money that comes with that, right? So that's why, like, late first round picks, they're not that valuable, because basically you can get similar talent in the early second, but you don't have to commit to the 4-year deal that you do with first round picks. And it's a 2-1-1. So it's a 2-year guarantee deal with team options in year 3 and year 4 for a first round pick, but you're still committing major money.
Yeah.
We talked about the 24th pick. The entry salary was 2.7. The cap hold was 2.7 million. That's a good chunk of change. I mean, you're guaranteeing over $5 million for the first 2 years. Second round picks, it's just not the same. It's just not the same money. And so for me, that's the one player that I look at and say, could Trace Jackson Davis become an actual player? And if he does, and you passed on him there, and you still have 2 open roster spots.
But isn't there a story to that?
There is, but from what I know, he would have loved to have come to Sacramento. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And like, the story is that Mike Dunleavy, who drafted him with a Golden State Warriors, his brother is Trace Jackson Davis's.
And he was essentially promised what you just outlined. He wanted a roster spot. He was promised that in Golden State. So there was a certain point, and I don't know when this started.
Yeah.
But there was a certain point where they were telling teams, unless you have a guarantee of a full roster spot, don't bother.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why he tumbled. You know, that's because he should have gone in the early 30s. I mean, we're talking about a guy who averaged 20 and 10 with 4 assists.
I feel like we talked about him at 24 at some point during the process. I mean, and I'm not projecting him at 24. Just that was a guy we had a conversation about.
Well, then he averaged, I think, 2.9 blocks per game. I mean, he put up at like 39-inch vert at the combine. Like, he's got leaping ability, he's got passing ability, he's smart. The one thing he doesn't do is he took 3 total 3-point shots his entire 4-year career, and that's not a lot.
Well, I hope
he missed all.
Yeah, I mean, I'm confident it's going to work out for Trace. He's obviously a good ball player, and we all know Golden State does a tremendous job of developing their young talent.
Well, hey, it's a safe haven for these.
It is.
Players.
It's just a place where you can go. You can be yourself. Your game can develop. There'll be no pressure, and you definitely won't be traded out of the league or punched within the next few years. So
it's a model of consistency.
It is. Indeed, it is. We'll come back. We'll leave our sarcasm in the commercial break, and we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk more NBA basketball. There's some interesting stuff happened over the weekend. Some involving Phoenix. Saw an interesting quote from New Orleans as well.
What's Woj always do? 0 days of being unnecessarily dramatic.
Yeah, it's out there. Oh, there's some drama out there. It's Thilo and KC, along with our 1320 Kings insider James Ham, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Hit the thumbs up button, please. Thumbs up, subscribe, all that good stuff. Oh, I can appreciate this screen name. That's solid work right there. Beamer, Benz, or Beamley. Hey, Beamer, Benz, or Bentley. Beamer, Benz, or Beamley. That's good stuff. Oh, I don't know. Is something happening on August 14th? I don't know, man. Everything. French fries on point. Get one of the smoked old fashions. They have one that's made of bourbon, one that's made with tequila. And
you get the garlic butter on that joint. Oh, New York steak guy was just, my goodness. And you get the garlic butter on that joint.
Is that what Jazz had? Yeah, those New Yorks look good. Yeah, the dessert was good. It was perfect. You're not going to miss. Order everything.
Order everything.
Bring a credit card but order everything.
I ended up in Auburn. Yeah, everyone knows there's all the wine. I mean the breweries, right? So like out by the Auburn airport, it's like knee deep and I don't know. There's like 3 or 4 really good breweries out in Auburn. There's actually a distillery. A guy makes gin and whiskey and like all kinds of stuff, like in a warehouse. And so we did stop at Moonraker. There we go. Moonraker is good. Crooked Lane, all of those. Anyway, there's a distillery right there, and I highly recommend it because they have some really, really nice spirits. So
good. So that's Auburn?
Mm-hmm. Out by the airport. Yeah, I not that I needed them, but you know, I got a wine. I mean, a gin, a Darjeeling gin, and then I got a whiskey and a sherry. So
good stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. I'm a big fan of the iPad menus, by the way. Like the wine list on iPads where you can read about them.
That's
and
very cool.
I'm a big fan of those.
Where's that at?
SR Prime at Sky River.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I think that's becoming more regular at higher end restaurants, but you can scroll and pairs good with whatever. Like that's especially when you know nothing about the hell. That Nikki D just walked in with a whole teenage crew.
There's a bunch of people in here behind us.
Yeah, her daughter and a friend, I believe. Mm-hmm. But she just walked in with like 7 people that look like they just came from the water slide.
Hey, where were they at? Wakefront Island or something?
Do you know how many times I saw that fucking picture on my Instagram feed? Like it was on Bailey's, the BS show, 98 Rock, Nikki D's. I'm telling y'all can't hear this. Jesse got an attitude today. I don't know what it is. Jesse got an attitude today.
I sound how I do every day.
Jesse. One little meeting on Friday go Jesse's way, and now he big leaguing us. He got an attitude.
Big time in us.
Wow.
Never that.
Wow. Never thought it would be you.
Hey, I had a tweet that viral-ish.
Okay.
Last night.
Okay.
I think I saw this. But go ahead.
I said Sacramento, California might be the most slept on city in America. Do you think that's accurate? And what I mean slept on, because people were like, look, San Diego. Everybody knows San Diego's great. Everybody knows, like, that's not a secret. That's not being slept on. Everybody knows San Diego's phenomenal, but people.
No, nobody sleep on San Diego.
Exactly. That's my point. That's not what slept on is. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying pound for pound, Sacramento might be the most slept on city in America because I have a good time all the time in Sacramento.
I just think it was bold to say that one is like 106.
Yeah,
it's whatever. I mean, that's what air conditioners are made for.
People
true. Love Phoenix, and don't nobody worry about that heat. People go to Vegas in droves every year around this time. So yeah, heat is whatever.
I like Sacramento. It does have a lot. I mean, I was born in Sacramento. I was raised up the hill, in Grass Valley. But like, it's a great town to like raise kids in and be around. I don't know. I don't have any problems with Sacramento. Like I'll never leave this area. So.
It's a very cool place. Very cool place. But yeah, most people were.
Cam makes a great point. One of the best sports towns in the country in that regard. It's
on for sure.
Definitely slept on. Mm-hmm. And people, that's where people get silly when they talk about like the Kings. Like the Kings have been bad. We all know the Kings have been bad. This fan base has not been. Mm-hmm. This fan base has been passionate. This fan base has never been indifferent. This fan base has been vocal through 16 years of nonsense. They've been locked into this franchise, and some outsiders confuse the success of the organization with the passion of the fan base. That's because team like the Warriors, when the Warriors weren't well, the Warriors fans weren't paying attention to them. It wasn't checking for them. But because they're this Warriors fan base is incredible. Okay. Get back to me when Steph retires. And then talk to me about how passionate that fan base is. But this people confuse those two things, and Cam's 100% right, man. This city is one of for sports it's one of the best, man.
Also, considering you only got one major franchise for this city to be as good as they are with sports is a testament to they just love sports. It's not they love their teams only. We talk about it all the time. Top 5 in viewership for the national championship game, top 10 in Super Bowl viewership, top 5 in the NBA finals when the Kings weren't no good. Like it's what they do. They watch sports.
It's also a baseball town. You know, like I don't know that people are going in droves out to Rivercast games like they used to years ago, and when they put a lot of money and time into the product. But it's always been a really good baseball town. And, you know, I think the near misses with whether it's the Raiders, the A's, the Giants, like there have been near misses with all of these other professional sports franchises to come up here. That at this point, I think it could use another something, you know, whether it's getting MLS, whether it's, you know, getting expansion baseball or something.
It's time.
Let me ask you something.
Yes, sir.
When did you update your Twitter stuff?
When somebody wanted to be a smart ass.
You a liar.
Like,
a liar.
It did. It was like 2 days after that.
You sure it wasn't like 2 days ago?
No.
I appreciate you mostly updated it because you still got the J Street Vibes pod on the Be Heard platform.
It's still there. It says Be Heard platform.
Hey, I don't even know if that account exists anymore.
We're not 12 to 2 anymore.
I heard no. Kenny actually has us on 12 to 4. And the beauty of this is you're going to have to update it again soon.
Yeah.
I'll tease for everybody.
People keep asking me what August 14th was.
I don't know.
Somebody was like,
Bryce is worried about taking the day off.
Somebody asked, they said, is that when Rihanna's coming? I said, well, no.
Whoops.
Well,
no.
I don't think Rihanna.
We can roll that out, right?
I don't think Ree will be here.
You'd have to have an armed guard looking for Sean Cunningham in the parking lot.
Rihanna's hosting 4 to 6 after our show now.
Yeah, well, Rihanna doesn't need to host 4 to 6 because 4 to 6
it's a winner by itself.
That's a winner by itself. Jesse, we got some ratings news. Jesse sent us a tweet that how bad you have to be to finish third in a 2-person race.
Ooh.
Y'all are losing to reruns.
Oh man.
I was thinking about this morning because I was in a mood. I was in a mood this morning. A lot of people like vaguely say stuff about ratings and revenue. When this show ends, I'm posting some stuff because all of these little vague remarks about the ratings were good, the revenue was great. Bitch, we're first. We're first across the board. We got you 3.8 to 0.6. Where were they good? Explain to me. Where was it good? That's just in one demo. 3.8 to 0.6 in the other demo. Where was it good? But we get vague and we act like it's some top secret stuff. Ain't nothing top secret. I'm posting ratings today and so y'all could see what this is really about. All these little vague mentions of, we're this and we're that. No, fam, you're not. You haven't been for about 2.5 years. You could buy all the little YouTube subscribers you want to, but we can all go click on your views and say it amounts to nothing. We've had more views in the first hour of this show than you've had on any show that you've had for the last 7 months. Oh yeah, I was feeling some type of way this morning. Oh, I got y'all. 4 o'clock. Go ahead, put your push notifications on. Y'all gonna see some things today. This stuff makes James so uncomfortable. He hates when I do this. James absolutely hates.
I want
to
see this on a shirt, just like
Damien said. What's sad is I love you because you're my brother. You traded yourself for riches. With that ether.
Kyron says y'all gonna learn today, and it's more of a takeover rather than an ether. But we'll.
You think? Isn't What was your stance again? You don't think Ether?
No,
won?
Ether's fire, but I
No,
like
you-
Takeover better.
Oh yeah, you think Jay-Z won? The
Well,
reasoning is way just
No,
way
it's
off.
not.
it's way off.
It's accurate. I'd
No.
ask James' opinion, but James has no clue what we're talking about.
I
So
don't.
James, just agree.
we'll just don't do that. Don't do that.
I think I've learned that one.
Did y'all see the this is if there was one trade that I would have said, yeah, that's not happening, it probably would have been this one. Not Dame. Hell, I would have thought Giannis got traded before this. The Suns traded Cam Payne. And just from a position standpoint, it was like, how did y'all do that?
No, they got that covered. They got it covered.
Well, and how did they got that covered?
Bradley Beal, new point guard, Bradley Beal.
And I already looked up. There is another. I'm sorry. I already forgot the other brother's name.
Oh, the backup guy. They got him in the.
Griffin?
No, it's
I don't
Jackson
know.
or something,
I
right?
forgot.
It's Jackson.
It's a name I'd never heard. I was like, oh,
I did hear.
okay.
I remember I was listening to some podcast.
Y'all really thought this out.
That they allegedly they really like the guy. They think he's
Okay.
like a really good ball. Not saying he's going to start or nothing like that, but they think he's a good point guard.
Well, someone's going to have to start because their backcourt, while very good, misses a lot of games every year.
Well, there's that too. That's
Bradley
it.
Beal.
Like,
Bradley Beal got
so
it.
that what there's
Once again,
like
point guard.
Sheba's on the or Isaiah or James, whoever is making they're on this mission because they've given up all of these first round picks to acquire as many second round picks as they can. And that's what they did with San Antonio. They signed Bull, by the way,
They did sign Bull.
which sucks because I would have loved to see Bull
I
here.
would have been looking forward to
Jordan Goodwin.
Jordan Goodwin. That's who.
That-
I
that's
kept
what it is.
thinking it was Jordan, but
I was
couldn't.
close. Like that's where Griffin was sticking in my head. It was Goodwin.
So yeah, I think they like the guy. They like
Okay.
the guy. They like I said, backup point guard. Maybe they think certain situations he could start. I don't know, but they seem to.
The certain situation,
not
Bradley
just a
Beal out
throw-in.
for 2 to 4 weeks, which I hope that's not the case. But we also got like Brad probably just sat games too at some point.
Yeah, much like Dame did last year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, Brad's played in the last 4 years 57, 60, 40, and 50. He's missed a lot of games.
But to your point though, if they were in contention, how many he played last
Well,
year?
one of those years
50.
they were.
He played 50.
One of those, because you just reeled off 4 years. One of those was the Russell Westbrook year. They went to
Yeah.
the playoffs.
Last year he played 50. I mean, not that it's like Iron Man or anything like that, but he probably would have played 65 to 70 last year.
It could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
I have him at 307 out of a potential 328.
Mm.
Is no, it's
No,
not.
that
no,
can't
no,
be
no.
right.
It's
That's excellent.
it's 308. 308. So it's 207.
207.
207
Uh-huh.
out of a potential 308.
Okay, that sounds a little
Yeah.
different.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So he's missed 101 games over 4 seasons.
Point being, brother's gonna start at point guard at some time this year.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, he is
Oh.
their starting point guard. I mean,
No, I think Brad is their starting point
oh yeah,
guard.
yeah.
I think which I like Bradley Beal a lot.
Once again, the point guard.
That's just not that's just not what I envisioned with all of this is Brad at the 1 and
Right.
I guess Book at the 2 and then KD.
And then there's certain when you have guys that talented, I will say, I don't want to say point guard is overrated, but like the positions may be, what Brad is a point guard because he dribbles
Brings the ball up the court.
Like, yeah, he could do that. Now when you talk about going to another level and having a point guard back there like a Chris Paul, now he knows he has a sense and a just awareness to his role and to his team, when and where to get people the basketball, and who needs to touch is where to get them touches. He sees things like a point guard, and that's where you get into, hey, this is championship level stuff. I don't know if Bradley Beal has that type of foresight into his game, and that's what we'll find out together, I guess.
Well, I think the biggest question is number one, how do you keep everybody fed? Right, that's going to be a problem for these guys. Like you got too many
When
mouths
your
to feed.
point guard likes to eat.
Yeah. But on top of that, who's going to continue to get DeAndre Ayton involved and in the right positions? Because that's what Chris Paul has done for the last 3 years. He's made him into a really solid NBA player, but without him, are we going to have the same stuff? Like, how are you going to make Ayton better? And you owe him a lot of money, and they've talked about trading him and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, like, something has to give there. And the other thing, when they traded Cam Payne, it saved them, I think it was $20 million on their luxury tax bill. So they went from $49 million in luxury tax bill to like 29 by trading a $6.4 million contract, because it's like 3 for 1. So it's a lot of money.
Yeah, good for them. That matters. That matters for them for sure.
I'm just fascinated at the idea of acquiring a ton of second-round picks, or attempting to acquire a ton of second-round picks.
Yeah, I'm not seeing, not like they're going to be bad, but I'm not seeing best team in the West.
Maybe with their financial model, that's what they have to do.
Yeah.
I don't see it either. Like, I see them having moments where they look unbeatable. And then I like we saw at the end of last year with Kevin Durant. And then I see moments of,
I don't even know if
What is this?
I don't even know if I'll see that this year.
because
I don't think, I don't see it being that. I see
they
it being
played
really
well
good.
at the end of the regular season with KD. But it's funny. It's very funny how this happens. Is the Kings win a few games at the end of the year, and I'm not talking this past year, it's years ago. Well, and it's fool's gold because no one cares.
Right.
The Suns win games at the end of the year, and it's, oh my God, the league is in trouble. And the Bleacher Report, who's beating this team?
Right.
And it's like, well, wait a minute, they're playing at the same time of year. Why is one fool's gold and one is this team is unbeatable? With the belief is at the end of the year, oftentimes teams are just kind of done one way or the other. You know where you are in the playoffs, or you know where you are with your vacation plans. Regardless, you're just trying to get to the end.
Yeah, I have a lot of concerns about their team overall. Like, they don't have the defenders. They don't have the things that you need. And I know so much has been made about all these brilliant moves that they had filling out the roster. And I don't think any of them, like,
Me either.
really, really, like, they're okay, sure. But, like, where would they be on the rotation for another team? Where would they be on a rotation for the Los Angeles Lakers? Would they be in the rotation for Golden State Warriors? I don't know if any of them, like Josh Okogie, like, no, maybe.
I like Josh. I like Josh.
I like him too, but
but-
is he in the Sacramento Kings rotation if he's on your team?
No, I mean, he's up there with Duarte. You know, him and Duarte are battling some things out.
Yeah, but one of them is a much better offensive player. And I know,
I
you know, you do need
Yeah.
defensive players, but he also doesn't have the length. He's physical and stuff like that. Like, I don't hate the players that they brought in. You know, Keita Bates Diop and stuff like that. Like, there's some decent
Shout out to
players.
Chimezie.
One sneaky thing we just have not, I mean, we acknowledge after everything, like, they did fire their coach.
Yeah.
Like, they have a new head coach coming in. Frank Vogel's resume is a lot different now. Frank Vogel won an NBA championship, whether, we fully acknowledge it or not. Like, Frank Vogel did win an NBA championship. But it's weird how the Lakers stretch followed a very similar trajectory to the Indiana stretch. It was like up, and then it just starts to trickle down. Even on the Los Angeles Lakers, it starts to trickle down. Orlando never really got up.
Right.
Obviously, the Lakers still believed in him, started where they did, get the championship, and then you start to trickle down a little bit.
I don't know how good of a coach Frank Vogel is. I don't think he's like bad or anything like that. But I'll put it to you like this. I don't think he's the type of guy that's gonna, in a regular situation, put you over the top and get you a championship.
I really liked him in Indiana, his initial stretch in Indiana. Then he was a hot mess in Orlando. That was a total mess. Then he goes to LA, wins championship, but again, it spun out pretty quickly after that. And so, I don't know what to make of him.
Didn't he get fired the next season in LA?
Yeah, but I mean, LA is a tough place to coach.
Well, he had just won
I
a
feel like
championship.
I feel like it was the season after.
Because last year was Ham's first.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Right.
they went to the playoffs, lost in the first round. He came back, they didn't make the playoffs.
33 and
And then he got
49 in
fired.
his last season.
Mm.
42 and 30. And then the 52 and 19 where they won the NBA finals.
Hmm.
And yeah, I mean,
It's not a bad resume, really. I mean, it's you know, playoffs, missed the playoffs, missed, championship, lost in the first round, missed the playoffs. Like he gets his team to the playoffs. It's a weird, it's a 5.26 win percentage.
I think he's a solid coach.
I don't
think he's a coach that takes you to another level though.
yeah,
I honestly didn't think he was gonna get another run.
I didn't know that he would.
I didn't think he would.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, especially you're bringing up like he's a 5.26, but he's got a 7.32 and a 3.05 in back-to-back years.
Especially for this team. Like, and maybe that's, again, his resume looks a lot different now because he won that championship. But that's the expectation for this team, is to win a championship. Absolutely. That's what the Phoenix Suns are talking about. That's the only thing they're talking about, is winning a championship. There's no, lost in the conference semis, lost in the first round. That ain't going to do it. Like 2 of those, you're fired. I don't care how long his contract is. He gets 2 of those in a row, he's gone. Because now you're very, very close to the end of Kevin Durant. And God knows what your salary is at that point if you haven't moved on from DeAndre Ayton. Or even if you have moved on from DeAndre Ayton, you still got KD, Devin Booker, and Bradley Beal. And Bradley Beal, amazingly, still has a no trade clause. It's incredible. It's incredible. Great work by his agent. No, he got a no clause. He got a no trade clause everywhere he goes.
Yeah.
There was a hidden thing in the Rashawn Holmes trade too. Did you see there was a report this weekend? I think it was this weekend that he waived his 15% trade kicker.
I saw that.
Which again, trade kickers are interesting because they only charge for seasons that are guaranteed. So only had 1 season guaranteed, but the season's at $12 million. So a 15% trade kicker, what are we looking at? Like $1.8 million. And that money does not transfer to the new team. It's just a hit for the team that you're leaving. And so the fact that they were able to talk him into taking that and so he could reignite his career, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and I hope that came after a conversation with Dallas. Like, hey, am I going to have a real opportunity to do something here? Am I going to have the opportunity to play and do what James just said?
Off the top of my head, he should be the starting center.
Well, we'll see. I mean, he's got some competition there. They've got Dwight Powell and guys that they've liked in the past. They did say JaVale McGee won't be on the team. Christian Wood won't be on the team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there should be an opportunity. But
Christian Wood still out there.
Free agent.
Along with Oubre and PJ.
That's what I wanted to ask you, James. I mean, I know there's not a lot of money, I guess, or whatever, but there's roster spots available. Are the Kings, is there any of these guys like the Woods, maybe not them specifically, but guys of that caliber that the Kings still might be in play for?
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, they have no money left. But what they do have is minimum scale contracts, and depending on years of service, that tells you how much you get. So like Alex Len, $3.2 million. Like if you've got to go play and someone's still offering you $3.2 million, you go play for it if you had to, right? And it's really tough for NBA players. Once you go down to a minimum scale contract, very seldom does a player ever go back up and get a bunch of money. It just doesn't really happen that way. So if you're up high and you go down, getting back up even to like the $10 million range is really, really difficult. It rarely happens. So that's why I think guys like Oubre and guys like Christian Wood, it's not just that they're looking at like getting a roster spot, because they've been roster players. Everyone knows that they can play. The problem is, what's the opportunity and where are you going to go where you can get the best opportunity? And maybe that would be in Sacramento, but like for Kelly Oubre, his path to playing, he'd have to beat out Chris Duarte. That's not I think that's a healthy competition. I think you'd also, of course you'd talk to De'Aaron, but you talk to Mike Brown, who coached him at Golden State. You talk to Jay Triano, who had him in Charlotte. So those were things where you could actually touch base, right? With Christian Wood, again, where would he fit? And like your instant thought was, well, he'd be your backup center. But your backup center, you just paid $8 million to. It's Trey Lyles. And your backup power forward, you just gave $6.3 million to and guaranteed him that he's going to be part of something in Sasha Vezenkov. So, like, where does he fit? Because there's only 13 minutes at the backup center position either way. So if I'm Christian Wood and I'm looking around the league, I take and I have to take a minimum contract, I'm taking it from a place where I know that I'm going to get on the court. Can you work yourself into even a team like the Knicks? Can you go to the Knicks and be a player for them? Can you go? Is there some spot that makes sense? Even, we talk about like the Miami Heat. They're waiting to see what's happening with Dame Lillard, but we've heard rumor that they might be interested. And it's going to be like, can he find a spot that really makes sense where he can build his value back up?
Yeah.
Jay just not going to be a head coach.
Who's that?
Jay Triano. He's just like a career assistant.
No, he was a head coach a couple of times.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I don't think
Jay
I knew
Triano?
that either.
Yeah, Jay Triano
I thought he was just an assistant forever.
No. He's been head coach for 3 years in Toronto, and then in Phoenix for a year. Yeah, he was.
When was he Toronto's head coach?
2008, 08, 09 to 2010, 11. And then he was the Phoenix head coach 2017, 2018. But the thing I'd point out about Jay,
17 to 18.
Yeah, 17, 18, not that long ago. He's 108 and 200 as a head coach with a 351 win percentage. But again, I wouldn't point out. I'd have to look at each of those teams that he coached. He's been an associate head coach a couple of times too, like in Phoenix. And then I think the one season.
Oh, okay. I remember Phoenix now.
That's 70. Is that the Earl?
Yeah. I remember
Earl Watson
now.
year, right?
Yeah,
where he got fired like 3 games into the season.
Yeah, because I think they had lost those 3 games by a combined 125 points. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
Apologies to interim head coach Jay Triano. I remember that very well.
I like his.
It's like and God bless Earl Watson. You cannot lose multiple games in a row by 40 points.
Oof.
Yeah. Well, that and look, Jay Triano is almost 65. Do you want to start over if you're in a good situation and your offense is great and everything's moving the right way? Is that maybe better than going and getting a head coaching job and getting fired? I mean, because that's the way it goes. So, I mean, I think money wise, you would make more money going and being a head coach for a short term. But it's kind of like the same situation Alvin Gentry got in. And then Gentry's like, man, this is the best thing I ever did. He's
life right now.
He loves his new job. I mean, Alvin is, and he's a perfect guy to have around. He can go talk to anybody. He knows everyone in the league.
He is the coolest dude in every room.
Yeah. He is the coolest dude ever. Yeah. And just a good dude. He's fun. So I think that's kind of where Jay is. And it's okay to be that, to be a guy who's gonna coach out for another couple of years, and how long do you want to be around it? How long do you have to be part of it? And can you go into a front office and maybe be a scout that goes and helps down the road or something?
Great basketball mind. I like Jay Triano a lot.
I do. He's a fun dude.
And I apologize for getting that rough interim year. I have no recollection of Toronto at all.
I wasn't familiar with the game.
I
apologize.
That Toronto year or that Phoenix year. That's tough. And shout out to Alvin. I remember the first time I introduced myself to Alvin. He was like, "Oh no, brother, I know who you are. I enjoy you guys." And I immediately got nervous. I was like, "Oh, he's heard." I wonder when. Well, I'm a big fan, Alvin. I'm a big fan.
Everybody knows Damian. They know I'm local. They know Damian everywhere, bro.
Okay, we'll come back.
New York City. They know this dude, man.
David Griffin said something interesting that I actually believe. Some people might roll their eyes at Griff, but I believe him. Oh, and Joel Embiid's on cleanup duty. We'll explain when D'Lo and Casey, along with James Hammer, return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah.
Yeah, that year I just looked it up. Game 1, they lost 124-76.
Oh,
Holy smokes, that's 48 points. 48 points in game 1 of the season. Game 2, 132-130. They barely lost. They lost by 2 points. Game 3, 130-88.
come on, man.
A 42-point loss. You were minus 92 in the first 3 games. Whew.
Poor Earl Watson.
Yeah, that's one of those things where. Oh, and then of course you know who they beat in game 3?
The Kings.
Your Sacramento Kings. Yeah, Jay Triano stepped in. They won 4 out of their first 5. And then they lost 5 in a row and won 1, lost 2 in a row. Would you take JaVale McGee if they added a first-round pick? First, I don't know what JaVale makes. The only way that would work is if no, the Kings can't trade for JaVale without giving up something. So he's got a $5.7 million with a player option for $6 million. I think the answer is no. You're gonna do that? Well, I don't know.
We saw this, Marcus. Thought it was a little extra.
Yeah, I didn't go crazy. I didn't go crazy over the way everybody else did. Like, oh, he killed him. Like, he's a comedian. He's gonna put things together well. But I thought a lot of it was like, I don't know. I don't want to say trash. 'Cause I don't think it was trash, but like he talks about like, oh, you got swept in the first round by Boston, you know, a team that's focused on defense, but fails to mention that KD swept them the year before. The same team.
Nobody cares.
Jaylen Brown didn't play that year. Nobody cares.
Yeah, but do you if it fits the narrative, do what you do. And Davis, who is he's just a talker. Like he don't really know about hoop because he's talking about they went over there and to the Warriors and the team that can play defense. Well, if you were watching the game and watching when KD was there, KD was probably the best defender on the team.
Yeah, I agree. Kevin Durant was a superb defender.
I still don't think he's a bad defender.
Yeah, it just he doesn't get talked about on that end anymore.
Well, I mean, it's tough. I mean, what is he? Is he 35?
Might be.
And he coming off he had an Achilles. He's 34. He'll be 35 in September.
That's
right at the
crazy.
beginning of the season.
Man, I remember watching him in Texas.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
led the
that was
country
special.
in scoring and rebounding for the first time since. Do you remember who the player was that had done it before?
Scoring and rebounding.
Back-to-back years. There's one player that had led the nation in scoring and rebounding.
See, this is why sports talk radio and media is just little stuff like this. It'll always remind you how ridiculous it's getting. It just comes up on First Take. Is
Patrick.
Nick Saban's legacy on the line this season?
No. Is it Patrick Ewing?
What are you
Thomas.
talking about?
Who?
Kurt Thomas.
Oh,
You were close.
He was the leading scorer in the country, huh?
Yeah.
And rebounding.
TCU. I got a question for you guys.
Is it what you just asked us?
No. No, that was ridiculous. I mean, what are we
Who's
talking
on
about?
First Take today? Because I'm sure it ain't Stephen A.
Feinbaum. is
Freddie?
on here.
Oh, of course. Well, that's why that question about Nick Saban
Is
was up
Nick
there.
Saban's legacy on the line? The guy's got like 10 national championships.
They built
probably
a
the greatest-
statue for that dude after he won his first one in Alabama.
He's
Stop
probably
it.
the greatest college football coach of all time.
And take it back, ask a great question. And how does this affect LeBron's legacy? If Nick Saban fails, what's that mean for LeBron James?
Next on Get Up. No, the question I have is Team USA not going to win the gold medal this year?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good
I
one.
like those players, but I don't know if that's a gold medal
That's a
team.
good one. Yeah,
Is
that's
it
a good
World
one.
Cup?
With what
Yeah,
Canada's
it's FIBA.
throwing out there.
Yeah.
Canada.
Huh.
Y'all seen Canada's team?
Yeah.
Canada.
Is Trey Lyles on Canada's team?
No, he's not. Surprisingly.
Oh, okay.
No, but
Yeah.
I think
Shea is, right?
Shea is on
Yeah.
there.
Well,
Dylan
isn't
Brooks?
Jordy coaching and isn't Jay Triano the assistant?
Jordy's the head coach? Yeah, okay.
Jamal Murray's on that team.
All right.
Am I crazy there? Yeah.
No, I don't think you are.
That's the other. Jay Triano was the head coach of the Canadian national team for a long time. He's one of the godfathers of Canadian basketball.
That's a great question. I like this. I like the USA team a lot. I don't know, man. Who's Kobe? Like who's the guy who ties it all together?
Who do you like right now better? Like if this is just one team. I ain't even talking about the Serbias or anything.
Yeah.
Who you like better, Canada or USA?
Oh, I like USA. I mean, Canada one's good.
I
You got
think
the
they'll
rosters in
still
front of you?
win.
I ain't pulling that
Man,
out.
that win, that's tough. FIBA's tough because no, the big dogs don't go to the World Cup. They don't want to go to the World Cup. They want to go to the Olympics. Like there's no glory in winning the World Cup.
Yeah,
It's the like they care about the Olympic gold medal.
I'm gonna like to see what Halliburton's doing. That's gonna be fun.
No, I'm interested. I think it'll be a lot of it.
I mean, just the list of the roster for whatever reason out of nowhere. I can't find that. But you got, like I said, off the top of my head, you got Shea, you got
this is the Canadian
this is
roster.
the Canadian team. You got Shea, you got Jamal Murray,
RJ Barrett's in there. They got Lou
RJ
Dort.
Barrett, Andrew Wiggins, Shaden Sharp,
I
Benedict
forgot.
Mathurin,
I forgot he was Canadian.
Dylan Brooks. Did we already say him? Nikhil Alexander Walker,
That's
Kelly
gonna be,
Olynyk,
that's a good team.
Lou Dort.
Okay, here's
That's Canada.
here's USA. Paolo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is up to date. Paolo Banchero, Mikel, Jalen Brunson, Ant-Man, Tyrese, Josh Hart, Brandon Ingram, Jaren Jackson Jr., Cam Johnson, Walker Kessler. Okay, I see your Bobby Portis, Austin Reeves.
Bobby Portis.
I don't know, man.
Bobby Portis. And I like Bobby
don't
Portis,
know.
but
That's
damn,
tough.
Bobby Portis on your team.
But like you got Paolo. You know how I feel about Mikel, Ant-Man, Tyrese. I like that. That's.
Oh, I did. So look,
Brandon Ingram.
I did ring this wrong. So Andrew Wiggins, I mentioned him, Benedict Mathurin, and Shaden Sharp. They're not playing. I think they might be in. They might play in the Olympics, but I don't think they're playing in this. So those guys are out. Wiggins, I said Benedict Mathurin and Shaden Sharp.
Okay. I mean, I think USA's is better, but I don't know that I love USA's roster to win.
They're even.
The
I don't
original
think-
question was, are they going to win a gold medal? And I'm not sure.
I think they're even with Canada. I don't want to say like Canada is. Oh yeah, they surpassed this team or whatever. But I think this Canadian team they could get with this USA team.
It's going to be a good team.
It is.
I kind of want to see who
Tyrese
stands up.
and alone. I love and Brandon Ingram. I love those guys.
Yeah, I want to see who stands up and who really takes control of the team. I mean, it's good that we're seeing sort of the turnover.
Mm-hmm.
I still wish De'Aaron would have been part of it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's a game changer. You think Keegan ever becomes a part of this?
I don't know.
I can see that.
Yeah, I could have seen that even this season. Like
Mhm.
if you look at the roster,
Mhm.
yeah, I mean he does make
Could have been
sense
on there
for his
instead of
3-point
Bobby
shots
Portis.
and all that.
Unless Marvin and De'Aaron ruined it for all of Sacramento.
Yeah.
Never give Sacramento another look.
I'm telling you, USA basketball is petty enough to like Sacramento's dead to us. Poor Keegan Murray.
And what a bad situation. I think the whole situation, like, first of all, Marvin, like, he went thinking that he wasn't going to be part of it.
Mhm.
He was just going to get the experience.
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, they're like, oh, we think we're going to keep him on the roster. And he's like, wait. And no one told me anything about this, that I'm all of a sudden committing to like another
gone from home.
6 to 8 weeks.
Yeah.
And so he bowed out before they got to LA, which was a surprise because he was really in line. He was fighting it out for a roster spot.
Mhm.
That with De'Aaron, they just wouldn't commit to him. And so he had other things going on, and Chris Gaston's wedding that summer and stuff. And it was like, wait, so I'm getting on a plane tomorrow to go to Australia, and you can't tell me if I'm actually going to make the team, but I'm going to be
That's kind of
gone.
crazy in itself.
Yeah,
like
it's
just
trash.
asking somebody to do that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you might not make it. I mean,
I'm going to be
like,
gone for like literally another month and a half.
Yeah.
Like
that's-
somebody
that's-
put the dog bowl out. Like
if you don't have nothing else going on in your life, like, yeah, I could see it. But, this is your off season. Some of these guys, some of them might have families. Like, you can't just be like, hey, come out here to try out.
Yeah.
Like, nah, come on. Man.
I would even say like,
Also, we're gonna lose.
Yeah.
Like we're probably gonna get our ass kicked.
Well, and I
That's
was
what
down there.
happened.
It was at the Honda Center, I think, and
Mm-hmm.
they played the Spanish national team. If they would have just given Fox like 20 plus minutes and showed him what his role was going to be, I think he would have stayed. But that's not what happened. He gets there and all of a sudden he's like the backup to the backup, and Derek White's getting all the minutes. He's looking around like, what is happening here? I've had a great camp. Everyone's raving about him. And then you got nothing for him.
I knew somebody that was on the coaching staff of that Team USA team, and I would ask him, like, what's the Fox looking like, man? What's it look like? It's like, man, nobody can stay in front of this guy.
Yeah,
nobody can stay in front of him. We got all these Olympic. Nobody can stay in front of this guy. They're like, he's looking nice. He was like, Bagley's like, yeah, Bagley's all right, but he's like, not Fox's. There's nothing you can do with him when he gets going.
I'm trying to remember who Bagley was competing against. It was another young power forward.
I don't remember.
And he took leaps and bounds, and everyone was just raving about how
really
good
good.
Marvin looked.
Yeah.
Was it? It wasn't Jaren Jackson, was it?
No, it's Jaren Jackson.
Also, some people don't care about winning gold medals, be it FIBA. And remember, this was the FIBA team. This wasn't the Olympic team.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just don't care about that stuff,
Yeah.
and are perfectly willing to alienate USA basketball to not be away from home for 4, 5, 6, 8 weeks at a time. Like I don't know how long the World Cup trip is. That Olympic trip is long. Like you're gone for a while because you're practicing and then you're, and you play a lot. In the Olympics, you're playing like every other day through the whole 2 weeks of the Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's after getting there a week early. Like there's a lot that goes into it. So I don't blame anyone for saying they don't want to do it.
It was like 10 days, maybe 2 weeks in Vegas,
Mm-hmm.
followed by a week training camp in LA, like back to back. And then you're boarding a plane for Australia for, I think it was 16 days in Australia, where you were going to have some friendlies, some friendly matches, but to get used to changing in time zones. And then you're going to go, I think that's a Chinese. Well, it was in China, right? Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, it was just, you were going to be gone for so long. It was ridiculous.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC along with James Ham here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live in visual form as well on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. James, kind enough to spend his 24th wedding anniversary with us.
Why not?
Why not? That's what happens when you've been married for 24 years. You go to work. You go to work 3 hours early. David Griffin said something over the weekend that got my attention, and I'm going to be honest. Sometimes I roll my eyes when Griff talks, but I believe him. We talked a little bit about this. I think it was last week. Might have been the week before. David Griffin said there wasn't a single trade discussion involving Zion Williamson. Do you believe him?
No.
No, I don't either.
Okay. Well, the hell with both of you, because I do. I believe him. I don't think there was. Now, there again, maybe I'm being too literal. He's saying a trade discussion. Hey, what's the deal with Zion? No. I don't know if you consider that a trade discussion. I don't think Griff is trying to move Zion Williamson as much as we or some others might think that he is.
I don't think that he is, but I think, and I'm a big advocate of Zion Williamson in his game, and trying to make sure that you exhaust every opportunity with him or whatever. You'd be crazy not to have any trade discussion. Like, how can you not have any trade discussions this offseason?
Maybe no one called.
Well, maybe.
I mean,
Or
but
maybe David Griffin called people and said, would you take Zion? They said no.
Well, that's the same thing. That is not a trade discussion in my mind.
I'm just
That's
don't-
hard for me to believe, by the way.
I don't
That's
believe that.
really, it's really difficult for me to believe. I do want to point this out because I think it's too funny to not mention before we're too far away from the topic. Adam L asked, what would Keegan do if Fox was gone for 6 weeks? That's really what we should be talking about. Like, De'Aaron can't be on the World Cup team. He's got to take care of Keegan. And then there was a follow-up here from Wizzo Mac. Keegs would still be babysitting.
Yeah, he's
He
watching
was
rain.
yeah, long-term babysitter.
Long-term babysitter.
Well, you come back and the kid could shoot. You'd be like, look at that.
Rain just hella mild mannered.
Give him his little stink face at his dad. Like, you see my shot? Look at my shot, bro. I worked with Keegan all summer.
Just kids stop smiling. Just absolutely.
I love him. He got a little mean mug. Every time you see him, he's like, what is going
He
on?
looks adorable.
So
He is
good.
adorable. I
So
absolutely
good.
love it.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw us off track
No,
there.
you're good. But I mean, and even then, okay, what are discussions? Are
It's-
discussions with other teams only, or internally? They absolutely should have been having discussions about what they want to do with Zion.
I don't think there's any way they didn't have multiple discussions. There is no way. And that can just be like kicking the tires, like trying to see what his value is out there. There is no way. Not in my boat. Like, I don't think there's any way.
I agree.
So we're okay.
I don't know.
So we're okay. This collect this for everybody listening, watching, whatever. We're all in this together. Are we collectively out on Zion Williamson?
No, I don't think when it got down to it, I would trade him.
Are you
Trade him.
speaking? Is he speaking for all of us? Are you out?
I would have traded him. I mean, if you could have got the 3rd pick in the draft and got Scoot,
Really?
oh
That's
man,
that's a
Scoot
little
and
different.
and you're
Would
getting
I have
something
traded
else
the
too.
3rd pick for Zion, off the top of my head, probably. But that's what it would take, right?
You would have done it too?
I think so.
What a turncoat.
I think so.
Wow.
I think. I mean, if
I'm
you're,
not out on
Oof.
Zion, dude. I'm not out on Zion.
I'm not out.
I
on
have
him
my
either.
concerns, but I'm not out.
it's so I'm just not in on Zion.
Mm.
Are we out on Zion in New Orleans though? Because he's talked about it almost has not been a good fit since the day he got drafted.
And maybe that's
He's talked about the
So,
dieting
look,
stuff
here's-
and all that.
So here's the thing. Here's the conundrum when you say I'm out on Zion. If I was the Pelicans and I had the 3rd pick there, I'd probably do it. If I was Portland and they wanted the 3rd pick for Zion, I'd probably do it, right? Like if I'm somebody
I
else,
got
I'm like,
you.
yeah, I'll take a shot on Zion. So maybe to Jesse's point, maybe it's just that situation is just I'm ready to move on, and I don't think it'll work out. But
Yeah, and I'm not. While I do believe Griff, and apparently I'm the only one who believes him in this scenario, he's not absolved of this either. He hired, God bless him, I really enjoy him. He hired Stan Van Gundy to coach him. Again, I really like Stan Van Gundy, the broadcaster, a lot. Stan Van Gundy was a really good coach. I don't think that was the fit. That was the wrong hire, in my opinion. And clearly, in David Griffin's opinion, is it lasted like a single year. So he's not absolved of this thing with Zion getting off on the wrong foot. But I'm just not of the belief that the relationship, especially you got Brandon Ingram, you got a few pieces that Herb Jones, like I'm not of the belief that this can't work. I'm not as high as Las Vegas is on New Orleans either. I need to see it. But if we're halfway through the season and you're telling me this thing with New Orleans has come together and they're in the 3rd spot behind Denver and obviously Sacramento, yeah, I'd believe it.
Okay, so here's my problem. Like, you can't build a franchise around him.
Why?
Because he's played 114 out of a possible 308 games.
Okay, all your math today is really getting
114.
annoying.
I mean, we're talking he's missed almost 200 games in 4 seasons. Like, he's in the upper 40s per season that he's missed. This last year, he played 29. And it's not just the injuries that he's had. It's that you never know when he's coming back. Like, you think he's coming back, and then he doesn't, and then
Got bagliitis.
we get some
man,
wait, there's some aggravation of the hamstring. The whole time you're wondering, is he doing what it takes to get back on the court? Because what I'm looking at is a player who I mean, I don't know how many games Greg Oden played through the first 4
It was
season,
not very many.
but I'm going to guess that through his first 4 seasons, he played more than 114.
No way. Absolutely no way.
I don't think so.
No
either.
way. I don't think he
and-
played that many in his career.
Yeah, and even then, and here's
God,
here's
and I
the
love.
conundrum.
I just feel terrible for Greg Oden.
And here's the
He
conundrum.
played 105.
But here's the
how many? What was Zion?
114.
114.
Okay, well I was
But
right
here-
then. I didn't expect it to be.
But
I
here's
didn't
the
expect it to
conundrum.
be that high.
Greg Oden never looked like Zion Williamson did when he did play. Zion Williamson
So-
was an
Yeah.
MVP candidate.
So that's
when
the
he
other
played.
thing. Yeah, all of this, and I saw Aldrin J, Zion for Scoot in a heartbeat. What if? What if it clicks with Zion?
He's gonna be he's
Top-
gonna be
Top 5
amazing.
player in the league?
Yeah, he's gonna be amazing.
Top 3 player
He's
in the league?
unguardable when he's on the floor. He's
Eh,
unguardable.
But can you win? Because the question is, what if? And like, we can't just say, he's gonna go out and play. He has not proven that he can do it. One season he missed 11 games in a 72-game season.
Mhm.
Outside of that, it's just been a nightmare. And when he's there, you have to change everything. He is the focal point. He is the center of everything. I mean, it's not just that he's got the ball and he's scoring, but he's also averaging, like this last season, 4.6 assists per game. He is your offensive hub, but an offensive hub that plays 29 games is not an offensive hub.
Well, here's the other issue with Zion Williamson and why I'm like, I don't really understand what Vegas is saying. Well, I guess I understand in theory what they're saying. If they stay healthy, they'll be fine. I don't believe him and Brandon Ingram can play together. When they were healthy, they were both healthy together. They missed the playoffs. It did not flow. They have both played their best when the other has been hurt. That's when they both started cooking. So unless you're hoping that happens again, which would be crazy, that you hope one of them gets hurt, I don't think they play well together.
Man, and Ingram misses a ton of games too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's tough. 37 last season, 27 the year before. Like, that's a lot of games. Okay, I mean, I don't know how you build something. Even when we talk about the Suns, like the Suns don't have the depth to withstand a major injury, and they got 3 guys who historically miss a ton of games. Like, how do you survive a season like that? And maybe they do, and maybe they all get healthy and they're ready for the playoffs at the same time. But what happens every other year with Chris Paul when they had Chris Paul? He got hurt every single time and their season ended.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's really tough to kind of like put it in, like, especially the young players. I like what some of the things that we've seen from New Orleans. I like the way that they've built their roster. I like some of their pieces, but if you can't rely on somebody even to play 40 games in a season, like how do you build your team?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't know.
25.8 points per game in his career. 7 rebounds.
Yeah.
3.6 assists. Shooting percentage of 60.
No, I mean,
Just reading. That's all I'm doing. Just reading. Apparently, I'm talking to myself when it comes to Zion Williamson. That's fine. I'll be the what do you call it? A one-man wolf pack? That's fine.
Pack.
That's
I
me.
like Zion.
That's me.
Number
One-man
one,
wolf pack.
Number one, I would trade for him. I'd take a chance on him.
But you'd also trade him for Scoot, which was funny. That was a funny way you put it, because it was like I knew exactly what you meant by that.
But would you
you
rather
need.
have him, or
Mhm.
would you rather have 19 points, 12.3 rebounds, 7.3 assists, and a dude who played 79 games with and half of those games with a broken thumb? Like, what would you rather have?
No, so no, you're not. You ain't gonna do this to me. The parts aren't interchangeable, right? Like if there's and obviously there's no proposed Domas for Zion trade. I understand but the parts aren't interchangeable. What Domas does for this team is far too important for the structure of the way that they play.
I'm not saying would you trade them.
Zion's-
What I'm saying is, who would you rather have? I
think it would. Domas.
If I want to sell tickets, there's one guy. If I want to If I want to win games, there's another guy.
Can you imagine having the Pelicans beat and having to cover Zion's offseason? How familiar are you with Zion's offseason?
Oh, I've seen what's happening. But
They got
like,
riled up again this week.
Come on,
I
man.
heard. How is that even possible?
Goodness gracious.
What do you get that young lady some help?
I mean, like,
Please.
look, I've covered the Sacramento Kings this whole time.
Well,
Like,
it's different.
you know how many DUIs I covered early in my career, and like domestic violence, and like there's been plenty of things that I've had to cover.
Any porn stars?
Well, no.
This is what we're talking
Well,
about.
not that I know of. I've been married for 24 years.
Well,
What
Yeah.
the Pelicans need, they need to trade Zion Williamson,
mm.
and they
For who,
need to
Shaq?
get a player like Zion Williamson.
Oh, that's solid. That's solid. That's solid analytical work right there. Who did he say that about again?
Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown.
Who
They
still
need to-
doesn't have a contract. by the
Yeah.
way.
Oof.
Well,
What's going
close, right, Jesse?
I'm not gonna lie, it's looking a little weird right now.
Did you see what that contract looks like in the final year?
Was it $70 million?
70 mil. What? Holy.
I
Cast
think
going
Boston
up,
was
bro.
like, yeah,
Cast
we'll do
going
this.
up.
Boston was like, yeah, we'll do this. We're good. Okay, here's what it looks like, Brad. I'm sorry. What's this number?
It's so funny because report every week is, yeah, they're close to a deal. They're gonna work on it. Now Jalen's doing an event with the NBA PA. It's like, oh, they'll do it after now.
They're close to a deal until Brad looks at the final year of that deal and goes, I just want to be clear. We're paying him $70 million.
Just do Dame for Jalen, get it over with at this point.
You know, it's crazy. This year I got into like I like the EPL. Like I watch a lot of European soccer, and this is the first year I really got into the transfer window thing. And talk about just a joke. Like there's so many things that are thrown out there. It is like the NBA rumor mill, like times 10. And then they start getting into like a contract negotiation. And so you got to work out something with the player so that the team and the player are able to work out like a potential like weekly fee for them, like basically your salary. But then you have to work out a purchase price from the team. So, and they're absorbent, like, and they're like, okay, well, we'll give you 48 million and then 7 million in add-ons for like a certain amount of games played and all that stuff.
Like it's cable.
And then the other guy's coming back like, no, we're thinking 75 million. And so like, it's these weird back and forths, and then it falls apart. And then some guy joins some other team. Like the whole time I don't understand what's happening at all. Like, and why does it take 3 weeks for a negotiation to happen between two teams that are trying to come up with a dollar figure to buy a player? It's just really, really crazy. So it's made me have a new like respect for how quickly free agency actually happens. Like the trade deadline, the build up that 3 weeks, all of it's conjecture and ridiculous. Nothing is actually happening. And then boom, 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 boom. They all happen. No, that's not what happens in European soccer.
Okay, we'll come back. KC's Giants keep winning. And well, Joel Embiid.
I got a Giants question for you guys.
Okay.
I'm Giants. I'm always gonna be Giants.
Okay.
This one's actually pretty easy. I wonder what you guys think.
All right. Well, cliffhanger right there. What's Kenny's Giants question? We'll all find out. With D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Return here with James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Now I need EPLHypes.com.
It is wild. It is wild watching it play out here, and you have no idea what's going to happen at any moment. I need to get a snack. My stomach's been growling. I don't know if you guys can hear my stomach growling, but
My bees like that, man. That's why I'm always got my little snack.
you do have
Who
your
else
little
around
snacks all
town?
the time.
And juice ain't gonna get it done for me.
No, no.
We went on that 2-week run of them bringing food to the office, and it's just been dry ever
I
since.
mentioned it too. I said, Kim, what the hell's going on?
And you know what happens every time that they have food in here? Number one, I don't get the email because I'm not on the cool kids list. Number two, I literally just ate Taco Bell. Every single time I walk in like, oh, okay. Someone could have said, hey, there's food here if you come in early. Nope, I don't get that. I don't even get a text. It's like, no.
Well, we don't ever get it. So they start eating at 12 every time.
Every
And then when we
time.
come out
Show
about
just
right
started.
now-
Bring out the sandwiches now.
Yeah. When we come out about right now, food is gone. We just see him in the window having a good old time.
All that's left is the stuff that people didn't want.
That's right.
Bro, I got like a coleslaw sandwich one time. It was horrible.
Coleslaw.
It's like coleslaw and roast beef. I was like, this is all that's left, really?
I showed up one time and they had like a crazy breakfast spread,
I remember that.
but that
Breakfast
was
good.
like it
But
was,
it was
like
yeah, like
15 or 20 like trays of. I mean, it
And-
was so much food.
and it was probably like 3 hours after they started serving the breakfast.
Yeah, I think it was at Cracker Barrel. They had
Mhm,
some
it was
sort of
good, too.
delivery.
That
Yeah,
was
it
good.
was wild.
Hey, look who it is. Hey, boo. I know. Our daughter has to eat breakfast.
You guys big breakfast people or like
bullies me.
light? go with the light
I
breakfast
like
usually.
breakfast. I rarely eat it unless the wife has made breakfast, which probably needs to change.
Yeah,
I'm the
Because I
same.
like breakfast. I love breakfast food. Like that's, I don't want to say it's number one, but it's up there. I
I do
we
too.
could have breakfast every day. The bacon, eggs, the muffins, something like that. Like we could have that every day, and I love it.
I don't eat breakfast at all. I have a cup of coffee.
I have coffee now too.
If I take a sip of coffee, I no longer want to eat.
Mm,
If I eat before the coffee, I'm okay.
mm.
But I love breakfast. I love eggs Benedict. I don't know.
See.
Love it.
Give me some nice bacon and eggs. We have the cinnamon toast that she bought that was phenomenal.
I agree, Katrina. Breakfast for dinner is the best.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm a
I-
big French toast guy.
Matter
Oh.
of fact,
I make a good French toast.
can we have breakfast for dinner tonight?
There you go.
Since you're still in the chat, breakfast for dinner. That's my request.
Breakfast for dinner. I push the Kings anytime we have a Sunday game, especially the 3:00 game. I'm like, gonna need breakfast.
You're gonna get a few of those this year.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 12:30.
12:30 on
I
Sunday.
think they
Oh.
get at least two of those games.
Although their pancakes are. Have you guys been there for the pancakes?
No.
You could literally just sit there and pour syrup on them like this, like for like 3 hours, and it would still absorb it and still be dry. And you're like, what just happened? I don't know what happened.
Pancakes are overrated, I feel like.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
jeez, this guy.
All right.
I swear, something about him.
I
Today.
told you.
Something about him today.
I don't know what it is. He had one positive meeting on Friday, and now all of a sudden he's impossible to deal with.
I'm a bad guy for telling the truth about pancakes, I
Come on,
guess.
man, you gotta call pancakes overrated.
French toast is 1, waffles 2, pancakes 3.
Hey, say it again.
French toast 1,
My
waffles
man.
2, pancakes 3.
That's-
There.
That's my man right
Pancakes
there.
is number one.
See, no, Cap. The trick to
You could
French
probably
toast,
put French toast number 2.
you've
like,
got to use
whatever.
if you use the right bread.
Texas toast.
That's it. If you use the right bread on French toast,
Bomb.
French
Come on,
toast is
man.
good. I don't have nothing bad to say about it. I'm
perfect.
just saying it's not number one. I mean, what are we talking
And
about?
it's
No, it's
super
not number
simple. Like
Mhm.
it's super simple to make.
one. Number one. What's wrong with
It's
you? You
perfect.
guys think it's better than pancakes?
yes, I thought that was clear.
I think so.
It's absolutely better than pancakes. See, I go through kicks where it's like I'll eat a waffle every Sunday. I'm eating something every Saturday or Sunday. It's something sweet for breakfast. It's either why are you putting the
Well, if you're
dope
saying
ones?
that-
Yeah, get that
If
on
you
screen.
ain't it's number one, then yes, it's overrated. That doesn't mean it's nasty, but it's not number one.
It's not overrated. It's perfectly rated as number
Mm.
one. But I went through this phase where it was like, oh, it's waffles, waffles, waffles. Then it was like, oh, it's pancakes, pancakes, pancakes. Now it's like 3 months on French toast. And just like Jazz said, French toast is where it's at. It's number one.
You go with the waffle with some strawberries on top and like some powdered sugar, though. That's a
See, but
solid
I
one.
do that with this French
good.
toast, though.
Yeah.
I do
It's
that with the
good.
French toast. Spread a little bit of peanut butter on it, little powdered sugar, and then some fruit.
Hey, well, what I'll
on, man.
say
Come on, man.
is there is no
Come on.
bad breakfast. I haven't had any. Is there a bad breakfast food?
I don't think so. Like
I
I've
don't
had.
think so.
Crepes is kind of weird.
What
Oh no,
Crepes.
crepes are incredible.
you said?
I don't know.
Crepes with a C.
I don't know how to make them.
I've never tried a
Oh,
crepe.
no,
It just
I
doesn't
don't
look
know
like
nothing about
breakfast.
no
to me.
You should go to Crepeville downtown. Oh, so
I
good.
don't know nothing about no crepes. I never.
What
never
is
had
a crepe? Like what actually is it?
It's
a
like
thin pastry.
a really thin
that you-
pancake. No,
Oh.
like you basically pour like it's just a really thin lightly cooked pancake that you roll.
Just roll it.
Yeah, you put like fruit or like different types of whipped cream or cheese inside. Yeah.
Kenny eats melted jelly on pancakes.
No. So this is actually the move.
Go take a lap. Go take a lap for that.
No. That's not what it is. Like it's strawberry syrup. So that's what she's saying,
yeah,
melted.
yeah.
But like, yeah, hell yeah. Somebody got some strawberry syrup.
That's
Like when I go to IHOP,
Mhm.
yeah, I need some strawberry syrup. I need it warmed up, please. Thank you.
I always wonder why they leave those out there. Leave them for Kenny, I guess. You should only be
Man.
throwing syrup on that stuff.
Man, no.
See, Nutella
Strawberry
inside a
syrup
crepe.
on the pancakes is where it's at. There was this place, I think it was the original Pancakes House we used to go to on PCH down in LA. Man, strawberry syrup on the pancakes.
Waffles clutch because it's really the only one of all these that you eat fried chicken with.
No.
I love
True.
chicken and waffles.
I don't think you can really do. There's no, to the best of my knowledge, there's no spot called chicken and French toast.
Chicken and pancakes.
I
They
don't
got a
think that
chicken and
one's out
waffles
there.
place down the street from my house. I still hadn't been.
Oh,
I gotta go there.
Roscoe's down in LA.
Roscoe.
Yeah, I
I
went
mean,
there.
the Obama special, number 9. Stop playing with me.
Me and Jason Jones and Sean Cunningham.
Oh,
and
I
Sam
would have
Amick.
loved to have been there.
Oh, it
for
was
that.
great. It was, and then the donut place right down the street. I have a picture
Randy's,
of
Mhm.
Sean holding up the donut.
of course.
Yeah.
Big
That's
old
something
Randy's.
Sean would do.
Yeah.
Hold up the donut.
Hey, Giants are winning over and over again here to start the second half. They're doing what they do. 5 straight wins, swept the Pirates this weekend in Pittsburgh. They got this crazy road trip they're about to be on, like something crazy. Today, they play the Major League Baseball sensation in Ella de la Cruz in the Cincinnati Reds. You know, he recorded the fastest assist, like infield assist ever recorded. He from third to first, he threw it 97 miles per hour.
Oof.
97.9. I
That's the
think it
dude that
was.
stole 3 bases on
Yeah.
3 pitches, right?
Yeah. I think he stole 3 bases on 2 pitches.
Oof.
He stole, yeah.
Yeah, he stole second, and then he stole third on the next pitch. And then when the pitcher
Before-
got the ball back, he had his back turned, so he stole
Before the
home.
pitch was even thrown,
That's
stole home.
gutsy.
He's that dude. But yeah, they're playing the Reds. But Giants looking good. Game and a half out. First place behind the Dodgers. Looks like it's going to be a Giants-Dodgers summer,
There we
like
go.
it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And we're coming. If Mitch is listening, we're coming for them bums. All right. All right, we're coming for them bums.
All right.
All right. But
Mm.
this is the question that I have.
Okay, before you ask, can I just shout out our man Michael Lockett, who's listening and was just like, "Hey, sending us pictures of his beautiful girl eating what? French toast.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Yeah,
French toast is good.
Yeah,
French toast is good. It's just not
the
number one. That's what
It's
I'm
the
saying.
one.
I got love for French
the
toast.
one.
Ain't nothing wrong with
It's
French
all
toast.
right.
Just not number one.
It's the one.
Ah,
Just like us.
appreciate
The
you,
one.
Michael. Appreciate you, Michael. The one and 2.
It's a true story.
That's tough.
That's a true story. We gotta create a new positioner. Sacramento's number 1 and 2 stations for sports.
Oh man, this is gonna be hilarious at 4. But so first of all, I'm pretty sure you guys didn't see 2 phenomenal games down in Anaheim over the weekend. They had a great Angels won a great come from behind victory on Saturday night, 13-12 against the Astros. And I got an opportunity to watch some Sunday night baseball yesterday. What a game. What a game. Astros coming back at the end of that game.
Remind me to tell you what I was watching last night.
Okay.
Yeah, all of us will have a conversation about this.
Astros came back in the 9th. Bregman with a 2-run home run to win it. And then a diving catch by, I forgot my man's name. He hit a home run in the top of the 9th as well. Tucker, by Tucker. A diving catch that would have sent the game at least into extra innings if he didn't get it. A legit diving catch to win it for the Astros. Phenomenal. Ohtani hits a home run in the 9th inning as well. He hit a home run in both of the 9th innings on Saturday and Sunday. Here's the question that has been raised. I think I saw a report somewhere where they said the Giants' offer for Shohei Ohtani to get him at the trade deadline would be like the top 3 prospects in the farm system, or 3 of the top 4, whatever. One of them included my man Luciano. You know how long I've been talking about Luciano, Marcelo Luciano. Would you trade for Shohei Ohtani right now?
Is it?
He's a free agent. If you're the Giants,
Yes.
would you trade your best players in your farm just for Ohtani?
Yes.
Would
Yes.
you, James?
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's the best player that we've ever seen. And like us, like there are players in Babe Ruth and stuff, but like in our
I need
lifetime,
to see more because Barry's still the greatest player I've
And-
ever seen. But
and-
he is absolutely headed that direction.
I would
You can make
abso-
the faces you want to. I know you don't like that. Barry Bonds is the greatest
He's
baseball
absolutely
player.
Well, yeah,
I've
but
ever
you have
seen.
to factor in the pitching.
Oh no, for sure. He's one of one.
Yeah.
There's no one, not Babe Ruth. No one. There is no one.
I can't
like
I can't give
Shohei
him the
Ohtani.
best ever today, but
Yeah.
if he keeps
He's-
doing this for another 5 years, absolutely he's
Yeah.
the best. I've
Yeah,
ever
but
seen.
like in our lifetimes, I'm going to say like the last 4 or 5 decades, he will go down as the greatest player that we've seen. At least I think. Like it could,
I'm
you know,
not gonna argue with that.
even
Not-
when
not at
he's
all.
like hurt himself and he had to have he had an elbow injury, he still went out and hit and just raked.
Yeah.
So I mean, like what he's able to do is just absolutely phenomenal.
Now I'm in agreement. I'm in agreement with both of you guys. Like, yes, I'm making a deal. But you guys understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, he's a free agent at the end.
You
of the
can
year.
trade the 3 best players in
Mhm.
your system for 2 months of Ohtani, which probably not going to result in the World Series.
You better be
And then
sure.
he's gone to the Dodgers right after
You
that.
better be sure that's not the case.
You can't be like that. That's the whole. That's
you can be.
no, but that's the whole point of this conversation. You can't. There's nothing guaranteed. You trade.
Oh,
for,
you don't do no.
You
I
trade
don't-
for him, and he says, we'll see in the offseason.
Nah, you don't do that.
I do it.
No,
I would do
you
it.
don't do that.
I would do it. What's the chances those guys?
Well, if you have a chance to get, why wouldn't you just sign him in the offseason?
If you can, yes. But if the deal comes, like the trade proposal's there, and the Angels agree to it and everything, and you get a chance to talk to the Angels, like, hey, he's gonna sign with us after this is done. Like, no, we're making no guarantees. He's a free agent in the offseason. He'll play for you for 2 months, and we'll see what happens. You guys have an opportunity, just like everybody else, to sign him. But we don't know nothing about no
Well,
guarantees.
I'll see you in the offseason with everybody else, where I could potentially get Shohei Ohtani and have these 3 or 4
trading.
prospects.
I'm trading him.
What does that do
You
for
get
you?
a head start.
On
You get
what?
on the free agency race. Maybe you just get him in the building, see how things could be as a Giant, and maybe that may be the little bit that takes you past the Dodgers or anybody else.
Nah, this is too valuable. You need a wink, wink, and you also need a hey, we're gonna make this deal, and we have $500 million waiting for you when this
Mhm.
season is over.
I'd take my chances. I would if I could get a
Man.
head start on everybody else, and hell, at the very least, I just get to talk to him. Like it's illegal for me to talk to him right now. I get a 2-month head start on talking
That's
to
true.
him. It's that important to get him in a Giants uniform.
But what
I'd trade
happens
those
if he
top 3.
leaves? Like, how long does that set your organization back?
I mean, we'll
If you're
see.
talking about your top 3. Of course, I heard Joey Bart was that dude, and now I
Right.
don't know.
Well, that's
where
that's
he
another
is.
reason why. Helio Ramos.
I-
How long was I talking about him?
Well, I remember we were on the air. Hey, Joey Bart got caught up. Joey Bart got caught up. Okay, what do you want me to do?
Danny in San Francisco.
Make a graphic. Make a graphic. Put it out there. Joey Bart got caught up. All right.
That's awesome.
Is he still a Giant?
Barely.
He's just vibing right now.
Bro, like,
He's
and
a
that's
river
and
cat
that's
right
see,
now.
that's the cold part about that's the cold part about the prospects.
Uh-huh.
Like
That's why
that's
I do
that's
it.
that's why like hell, that's the flip side of this.
Yeah, because I mean, I think Luciano. I think there's like a
Or
a
you're there.
starting pitcher in there or something like that.
the other
Kyle
side,
Harrison.
The,
Kyle Harrison.
the other side is the Mets fan who was tweeting the Mets general manager like 6 years ago saying, "Hey, go sign this kid Shohei Ohtani. He's 18 years old. He's the most incredible thing I've ever
Is that-
seen." That's the flip side of it.
Do you guys think he ends up getting traded though? Because I do think it
I
is
don't think
malpractice a bit if the Angels hold on to him and then lose him.
Yeah, if I was the Angels, I'd definitely be ready to trade him. Like we'd be open for business.
But what if Shohei's people are like, "Hey, you guys got a shot, just like everybody else. You've got a shot."
Like
I
I
think
said,
they're lying to him. He's not coming back to Anaheim.
Oh no, I don't think he's going back to Anaheim. I think like if you're looking at where he's going to go, I think there are like 3 major destinations.
What are they?
Well, it'd probably be New York, play for the Yankees. It's the Giants, or it's probably the Mariners, where
Oh,
he
the
makes his-
Dodgers are the Dodgers,
and
are
then the
number one.
Dodgers, so
That's
number
that's
4.
who everybody believes
Yeah.
he's going to right now. All the Ken Rosenthal's, all those guys,
Yeah.
Verducci, they think he's going to. The
If
Dodgers.
you're Shohei's agent,
they're
do
in the
you,
lead at least.
do you have like a silent auction? Like submit what submit me. I'm taking we're not negotiating anything. I'm taking a single contract offer from the Yankees, the Giants, and the Dodgers. You have till 4:00 on this day to submit your formal offer.
Sure.
Man,
They can do whatever they want.
Sure.
Sure.
I just imagine like the Giants coming in with like $400 million, and here's why. And the other two teams with like 1.1 billion over the stretch of.
does he get $1 billion?
No.
I think he gets
No.
You don't think he gets a 10-year $1 billion?
No. I think he.
I don't.
I think he's gonna get about 600 million.
What's
Five to
the
600
highest
million.
contract is what, like 390?
Yeah, I think.
Six?
Does Bryce have it or does
No,
Trout? I think Bryce might. Nah, Trout might have it.
it's not Bryce. I know Bryce doesn't have it. I feel like Trout had it, and maybe his was 4+.
I think Bryce is second,
his might have
though.
been 4+. Yeah, I think Bryce was second, but I think he was comfortably second.
Trout's number 1 at 426.
Yeah.
426. What was Bryce? Do you have it? Oh, I thought you had it. Sorry.
Ohtani getting 6.
Man, that's a huge.
And I don't even
jump.
think he
Jesse, go
get-
ahead.
Bryce is 330.
I don't even,
man,
I don't even
that's
think.
a
I don't
Oh,
even
and
think,
Aaron Judge is 360.
I don't even think. I don't think Ohtani's getting 10 over 10 years.
You
I
don't
think
think
it's gonna be like 5 or 6 years.
He's
For
29.
600?
I think it's gonna be close. I think he's gonna get like
Oh.
75.
That's over $100 million a
I
year.
know. I think he's gonna get
He's not
75 to
getting
100
over
million a year.
Is there a price that would be too much for you to pay for Ohtani?
I think we just hit it.
No.
$100 million?
How much you think you're gonna make
I don't
off
know.
Ohtani?
I have no idea.
You're gonna
You're
make
gonna make all that back. All that. And that's regardless if he's good or not. Just think if he's good or not, he's good. Your team's good or not. You're gonna make all that back. That's an investment. That's like the Rockets getting Yao Ming. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
you
yeah.
didn't open your entire franchise to another country.
It's true.
Would you give him 10 years, 700 mil?
yes,
Yeah, I hate
Hell yeah.
10-year contracts, but
yes.
Yeah.
$70 million per year.
Yeah, I think that's what he's getting. And then if you're the agent or you're the team, you justify it by saying he's giving you top flight production on 2 positions. You give that to Trout, Harper, or Judge. That's crazy to give it to just a hitter.
Could we also acknowledge the agent is about to set some sort of single deal record for
gosh.
commission?
The agent gonna make $700 million.
Right now in the MLB, the highest per year average for players, Max Scherzer for a pitcher at 43, and then for a hitter, it's Judge at 40 mil per year.
Yeah, he gonna double.
What was the pitcher number again?
43, Max Scherzer, 43 million.
Oh, Max, that's right.
So I would make that deal with no guarantees.
I would consider giving your top 2 prospects, but I don't know. And then some solid prospects.
Mhm.
But I mean, your top 2 prospects are to open the season number 18 and number 22
Mhm.
in MLB. That's a lot to give up for a rental.
Right. I know, but he's that important. Like
Yeah.
he's that much of a game changer where I'll take any little advantage I could get to try and get this man here. He's
Okay.
that
Well-
important. And you asked like, would it set back the organization? Maybe. I don't know. You never know with these props. It's
Or it
not
might
like
not mean anything.
it's
You
not
might
like
be trading Joey
Scoot
Bart.
Henderson, right? You know what I mean? Like maybe I like Luciano from what I've seen, but even then, I don't think he's gonna be in the major league for like 2 more years.
The only thing that gets loved more than basketball fans and draft picks that haven't played a game are baseball people and their prospects.
Yeah.
Seriously.
And it's weird. There's only a couple of clubs that really there are clubs that have guys who come up who are stars, right? But
Mhm.
there's only a couple of clubs that just churn stars. Like the way that the Yankees are able to always have when they make trades, they give up stars.
Mhm.
And then those guys never seem to pan out. And then they bring up the other guys that they didn't trade and they're always stars. And you're like, how is it that you have a 300 hitter that's going to hit 40 jacks and 100 RBI sitting there in the minor leagues? How is that possible?
It's just what they do. I don't know how they keep restocking. Well, it's not working this year because they stink this year.
Yeah.
That's the part nobody talks about with Aaron Judge and didn't come to San Francisco and all this other stuff. Yankees are in last place. Yankees are in last place. Now they're 6 games over 500.
Yeah, they're not in last place like the A's are in last place.
No, that's a totally different last place. Although, oh no, I'm checking right now. I thought for a while the Royals were worse than the A's on the low, but now the Royals are 2.
Well, the A's clawed their way back to not the worst record in baseball during the big sell the team game.
Yeah, wasn't that interesting? They won 7. They had lost. Then they win 7 in a row as they're trying to get a vote passed. And then once the vote passed, they didn't win again. Like they lost and lost. I have to that's where Major League Baseball, like there needs to be some sort of investigation into that because that doesn't make any sense.
Well, wouldn't that be an investigation on the players?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like if there's some reason why they didn't win and all of a sudden they did win,
Vegas money different, boy.
That's something
you don't know
strange.
where that Vegas money coming from.
Yeah, I'm completely baffled because I would never think that Kotsay or the players are gonna. But you can put lineups out there that have no opportunity to win. Guys who can't field, guys throw up pitchers that
put me out there
aren't getting anybody out at all. Yeah,
Jesse, would you make the deal?
Yeah, I would definitely. If I'm the Red Sox, I'm making. Was it the Giants or the Red Sox?
Your top prospect.
Yeah. If I know I'm throwing the bag at him in the offseason, like compared to what everyone else is, yeah, I'm trading for him. If I'm going into it, like, yes, we will throw the bag at him and see what happens. Yeah, you make the deal.
Yeah, if you're 100% in, yeah, I mean, because this has happened like so many times before, and I guess there are teams that get fleeced and lose in the end, but you have to at least have some sort of inclination. And once you get them in your place, you can talk them into
maybe the better question, and you can answer this since you're Giants.
I'm Giants. I'm always going to be Giants.
Can they even compete? Check that. Will they compete with the Dodgers, Yankees?
That's the better question.
Will
they? That's the most frustrating thing because you ask, can they? Giants are printing money.
That's why I changed it.
They are far from. They can do whatever the Yankees and the Dodgers do.
Yeah.
Now, will they?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So the Red Sox don't do this no more, huh?
Honestly, I'm at the point where John Henry, that's the owner. I think he's like saving up all his money for that Vegas team in the NBA. I think that's his move. That little group, I think, is aiming towards getting that team in Vegas. Because I think LeBron's working with them too.
That's who LeBron would be.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Okay.
John Henry's not spending a thing. Like he paid Devers, but that was it.
So right around the time that Vegas team is going to come to fruition, LeBron James is going to retire.
Mm-hmm. Sounds about right.
That's intriguing.
And look at
the Las Vegas LeBrons.
This is D'Lo, Ham, and Jazzy on 1320. Now she's just offering her opinions, talking about the Giants campaign. What are you talking about?
They're like this in person, by the way. For those this isn't like just for show purposes. We spent Saturday evening with them. They're just like this in person. They don't agree on anything.
Another 2 interesting other notes.
They ordered the same thing at SR Prime. That's the only thing they agreed on. That garlic butter looked incredible. That would have set me back a few weeks if I added that.
To another level.
It looked amazing.
You saw me outside in my backyard last night. I had to get these shots up after having that.
Yeah, I saw. If you look closely, you can see the butter trickling down the side of your face.
When I work out, it's I hope nobody ever films it. I sneak films it. I'm like Kevin Garnett when I work out today, just cursing, yelling, not yelling because I want the neighbors. No, I'm crazy, but I'm making.
No, they know by now. Yeah, they know by now.
Let's go.
Okay.
Crazy.
All right.
I'm working out for nothing.
I got you.
It's
all right,
but it's whatever. 2 things as we venture outside of basketball for just a second.
Well, don't go too far, because we're talking baseball. So you know, Ramsey's here. 916-909-1320. Go ahead, Ramsey.
Yeah. Question I have for everybody is, as we were talking about the Giants potentially trying to sign Ohtani, here's the thing you got to ask yourself: what do you have around Ohtani to build with a team? Because, for example, we see what LA has. They've got Trout and they have nothing else, and they don't do anything. So, I mean, I love the Giants, but what do the Giants have around him to truly build with?
So let me ask, leave Ramsey on because I want to hear what he got to say. Do you think they've shown enough this season with what would be around him where you can say, hey, you can, they're competing right now. They're a game and a half out of the NL West. without him. And you got Casey Smith, you got Lamont Wade, you got Patrick Bailey, you got Logan Webb, you got Camilo Duvall, you've got pieces around. Do you think they've shown enough right now to say, look, we're on the come up, we got guys coming up, you're the missing piece to putting this whole thing together? You think they've shown enough?
Yes and no. Yes, those young pieces have, but you also know you're gonna have to find a shortstop potentially at the end of the season.
Casey
we love
Smith,
Brandon Crawford, but
Casey
over
Smith
there, you might potentially move Casey to third once however long you keep JD Davis for.
I like JD Davis too. El Grove, stand up. Yeah, I like JD Davis doing work.
Look, I think the problem the Angels have had is that they just can't win. And it doesn't matter who's there. They just can't win.
It's wild that they have the two arguably best players in baseball.
Yeah.
They can't win anything.
And then you
all
look
of a
at
sudden Mike Trout gets hurt every year.
But you look at the Giants, though, and it doesn't matter what they have, they win. You know, if you can design a team that can win in a stadium, in a market, you know, a group that works together, you know, that's where, like what you talk about the Giants winning, it matters. Like he does not want to go somewhere where he's going to lose and lose and lose and lose and lose. That I can't imagine that's the next experience that Ohtani wants. So prove that you're a winner. And, you know, it's not like you're going out and getting somebody like Aaron Judge when you're not proven to be any really that good and having the assets to build around him. But with Ohtani, if like you're already proving that you could win and he could be a piece that gets you over the top, okay. And get him in your building. That's why you would make a trade to do it early. Get him in your building and show why you're winning. This is the culture we have and why we're winning. And it's like, oh, all right, cool. And I like the community and all that stuff. And like maybe he does fall in love with the spot.
They show him those championships that some of the Dodgers can do. Yeah, they show him that AAU medal they got. They ain't going to entice.
Well, they got a trophy.
Oh, they got an AAU trophy?
No, they got a real trophy.
No, that was AAU.
Yeah, I remember that because Trey Turner was holding it with COVID hands. And he's like, hey, look.
No, that was not Trey. It was
Justin.
Turner. Yeah, Justin. Sorry.
Turner.
Justin Turner.
Yeah.
You had two other things?
Yeah, two things.
Yep.
Messi was introduced in Miami.
I saw that.
Night.
That was pretty
looked
dope.
pretty dope.
Yeah, that was electric. That was
built the house out for an introduction.
that was
crazy.
kind of fire.
Yeah. No, that was dope. And that pissed me off even more that Ron Burkle did what he did because we're not in MLS, the Republic.
He ain't welcome here.
That pissed me off. And then the other thing, Mexico won the Gold Cup. I was just kind of taken back by the crowd.
That was beautiful.
The crowd at SoFi Stadium was nuts. Jesse, do you think Mexico when they play these soccer matches, they have bigger, maybe not bigger is wrong, but more intense crowds in these American stadiums than they do in Mexico?
Like you're asking why they come here so much?
No, just like because I thought that was a moment yesterday. Like that place was going crazy.
That's how it is everywhere, to be honest. Like in
yeah.
Qatar or whatever, came against Poland, they pretty much shut down that whole stadium too. Like 90% Mexico fans. They're probably the best traveling international families.
They're the Lakers fans of soccer.
I wouldn't say that. It feels like disrespect, to be honest.
This is a good time to tell everyone while we're in the moment. We're going to step out. We're going to come back. There's a lot more to talk about. That when Kenny turns his head to talk to Jesse and you can't hear him, don't tweet me and yell at me. Tweet him. Like he has Twitter. I don't know why so many people feel the need to tweet me with their anger about Casey's voice trailing off at different times during the show. Like at IMK Diddy.
Say it to me.
Like at IMK Diddy can't be followed.
Say it to my profile.
Go follow that man and yell at him. We'll come back. We'll talk more with James. Hey, we got game number 25.
Yeah, man. Top 25 games of the season. 25. We're kicking it off today. Let's go.
And the beauty of this, James doesn't know what it is.
And even if he knew the game, he probably wouldn't remember it.
Well, I think he'd remember this one. Maybe. Yeah, he might. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I'm excited for this. Every day we are counting down the top 25 games of this past Kings season, and number 25 comes up when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Almost missed it.
What's happening?
Didn't even. Let's see. Let me make sure we hit Wimbledon. and
Food is
Goliath.
coming.
Food?
Yeah, it's coming.
Wait, what's happening?
What?
Here at no, I ain't even gonna say no more. Just check your emails.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
The what?
It's not like they're not watching, but hit up the vending machine. Oh man. Katrina, you wild. Katrina wild. That's funny. Y'all be blaming me for everything. I gotta go over there and reposition that man's mic and computer.
If you look at your boy too, I got him potted up like the highest.
I know. I was like, can he turn this way?
I always have the mic like right there.
Yeah, Kenny. I think Kenny secretly hates me. I think that's what it is.
I hate you, Kenny.
We were thinking about putting a camera in, like you guys can't see the angle. If I turn that way, we were thinking of putting a camera over there and having like a not when people are in here, because then it would look weird, but it'd be like a single shot. It'd be like a single shot sports desk type thing. So instead of, you wouldn't have, where is this? Oh, I hate this setup in here. Oh, it wouldn't look like that. We're not going to crop it like that. Let me make some. Don, we need to change some things. If you're still watching, probably not watching anymore. Let's see. Shift. No, that's not it. Camera. That ain't it. Layouts. That's it. Crop. Let's get rid of that. So it'll be more like this. We'll put the logos in somewhere else, but it would be like a single shot like this. And I think we're finally going to get to hang these pictures up behind us too. Maybe if we get that camera, we can reposition it and Kenny's voice will stop trailing off. Well, I think that guy who calls in does too.
I can't wait for the next time he calls in.
Oh, so fun.
You guys will finally be able to hear him.
Man, no deal for Josh Jacobs, no deal for Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
Do running backs need to do something at this point?
Man,
Yeah.
they need to like unionize.
Well, that's something because like in my head, I was thinking about this week. I was like, maybe they just like, we're not going to play unless you, but you can't really do that. I don't think. I don't know how they could fix this.
Adam, I kind of did. Our girl Kimberly, who we reference pretty often, for some reason, she went and put us on his TV. We were on mute, so he didn't hear anything. Like the volume was down the entire time, but that's why he didn't actually turn us on in there. Kimberly did.
Thank God.
Now, why Kimberly did it, I don't know, but she did.
They're trying to tell on us for Fat Joe.
Probably. Kimberly a little snitch.
You'll never believe what they're playing right now.
He likes it from Kansas.
Oh my God.
That's what he said. I ain't gonna say it because y'all would clip it and it would live like that clip of Kenny eating a sandwich.
For those that don't know, what did he say? James might not know. James probably doesn't.
James
know.
watched the draft. He saw.
He didn't watch the ABC version.
It's going to be the new running bit. Every time we have a guest, we'll just play Fat Joe because we didn't think they saw
it.
Yeah, exactly. That's right, from Kansas.
That was wild.
Fat Joe's a big fan of Grady Dick, but he said it in a very odd way on the live broadcast.
Okay.
He used only his last name and just said it really
just
emphatically.
Emphasized it. Just, all right, bro.
That he really liked it.
All right, bro. That's an all-timer, man.
Wait a minute. Is this a shoot? Is Ramsey actually telling a funny joke?
No, I think that really happened.
Grady
I think I saw that.
got the number. Come on, man. Is there at least a unique spelling to it?
No.
Oh, man.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
What are you gonna do?
Hey, before I get to number 25 in the top 25 Kings games this year, over the weekend, I wouldn't say caught up because I didn't listen to a lot of them, but I was listening to Podcast P. So really good.
Very good.
podcast.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah,
and I
think
watched the
Paul George is
one
good.
with Jerry West. That was really good.
Mm.
Jerry West, I don't know, to me, just riveting when he speaks, you know, and you know, we make our jokes about episode 2 of Winning Time
For just the first couple minutes.
But one of the things that that came into play for me as you watch that show more throughout the season is how I guess you could say tortured Jerry West was by
Winning.
winning, not winning. Like he doesn't seem like he enjoyed winning, and he was tortured by not winning. Right? Winning was just like, well, thank God I didn't lose. You know what I'm saying? Like
this is gonna tie in, like, because we're not gonna do it now because I want to spend some time on it. I watched Goliath. That's what I watched. I watched all 3 episodes, and there's something about Jerry that stood out in it that it's like he enjoys winning for a moment. He holds losses forever.
That's what he talked about on there. He said every time he lost in the finals, he said, I don't know if he said every time or after a while, he's just like, I can't do this again. Like I can't.
He lost in the
so
finals.
upset.
A lot.
He said, I can't do this again. Like he felt like he wanted to walk away. Like see, in the one that he won, he's like that didn't do anything.
I think he's
for me.
1-8.
Yeah,
I think that's the number. I think that's Jerry's record in the finals.
He was so torn up by losing, and he still feels that way now. Like he talked numerous times about how he just is beside himself that Kawhi and Paul George can't stay healthy. He's like, it's just not fair. Like these guys, they do everything right to take care of themselves. They work hard, and it's just they just can't stay healthy, and it's so upsetting to him to see that.
I think he's a tortured soul as it is. Like not just like the winnings and losses. I don't think he enjoys a lot of anything. Like he's so intense that he just can't allow himself to enjoy things. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I'm an intense dude, but like I have my time where I like get away and I'm, you know, I have a good time. I don't think he can do a lot of that. I think he's always on and he's always hyper focused and it's just a struggle.
Winning for him, it just seems like, and this has to be torturous. Winning for him is just, we didn't lose.
Yeah, it's like
it's not
winning for him is like the bare minimum that should happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Or even then, it's like it's not even enjoyable. It's just, all right, we didn't lose, so I won't be mad today. Not like, yeah, we won, like let's go.
But I guess I wonder how much of that was his personality entering that league, and wonder how much of that personality of that became his personality after having to play the Celtics year after year after year after year after year after year and lose.
Well, the other thing,
knowing that winning that 1 out of 9 provided no relief.
Well, there's that for sure, I think. But the other thing that comes about, not to sound like a psychiatrist or that I know all things, he's talked about it a little bit, and I'm sure in his book he probably talks about it a lot. His childhood was rough with abuse, with like it was rough, and it sounds as though, once again, I don't have the whole story. It sounds as basketball was an escape. Like when things would get rough, he would just go play basketball until he couldn't no more. But he's got a lot of that he's still resolving at 80 years old or something like that. Like he's gone through it. And he's gone through it before he got there. But the interview with him and Paul George and Jackie Long, phenomenal. It was great. The podcast in general is great. Paul George does a great job. Now he's a guy, people always talk about Draymond being next when he's retired. I could absolutely see Paul George
very good
in the media and being very good at it when his career is over.
He's willing to talk about his shortcomings.
Yeah,
Draymond's never had one. I don't know if you're aware of that. He's never.
And when he has, I mean, it was frustrating because he couldn't lead the way he wanted to.
Yeah. Because Jordan Poole wouldn't allow him to.
Exactly.
I'm not even hating at this point. Have you guys ever found like Draymond's podcast like enjoyable to listen to? Like, have you ever? Because like I feel like they talk him up a lot. Like as far as he's next. I've never really listened to.
Well,
like, it's good.
No, it's not the podcast that I think people will point to and go that he's next. It's like he's done work on the studio desk at TNT that I thought was very good. Like when he's talking about basketball, I think he's very good. When he's not talking about himself, when he's talking about why certain things are happening on the floor, why guys are moving, almost assuming a Kenny Smith like role. I think he's really good. It's just like you've pointed this out before. You know, Chuck will make fun of himself. Chuck will allow himself to be the butt of the joke. Like Draymond won't. So it feels like they were always really strategic when Draymond was up there, is that they let him talk about basketball and you really wouldn't do much more because you really don't know how he's going to respond. And then the one time they veered away from that, they talked about Rudy Gobert. Oh, don't put me in the same category as him. Don't put me in the same category as Rudy Gobert. It's like, okay, big fella, calm down. You're right. Rudy Gobert's actually won 3 Defensive Player of the Year awards. You've won 1, but it's whatever. You that dude, but
and the thing with Draymond, much like his NBA career and everything else like that, it's just overblown. Like I don't think he's bad on the mic. I just think he's cool. It's not, oh my gosh, he'd be so great. No, he wouldn't be so great. Like he'd be cool. He'd have a job. Like it'd be an okay show. Like it'd be fine. But of course, you got to send it to the moon when you talk about Draymond. Like I've never heard anybody talk about basketball like this. What are you talking about? What are you guys talking about? Yeah. So much like everything, it's not really him. It's everything else that gets overblown with him.
I think it's interesting too how they've gone away from a lot of the shows where the players are just talking. You know, we saw like that era kind of come and went. It was very short and very brief.
It didn't go well.
Yeah, you didn't have. I mean, I don't know if it's that you didn't have the right mix or you didn't have the right, person leading the way. I don't know what it was.
I think they've put it onto different platforms now. Like you can go to TNT.com or NBA.com, or you could go somewhere to see like a players only type broadcast. I don't know where Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett were, but you can go somewhere else to see that stuff. And now and if it's a disaster, who cares?
Yeah, no one was watching.
Yeah, no one cares. Whereas you made players only, I think it was your Tuesday night, and every Tuesday night it'd be like, this is a really good game I'm looking forward to, but this is gonna suck.
Nate Robinson in the building.
I never really mind Nate because Nate.
I didn't mind him.
I told you I ride with Nate Robinson.
That's your boy.
I ride with Nate Robinson, but he'll talk about basketball. And some guys will just get like distracted, and that stuff dies. Okay, game number 25. But first, two quick things that I just don't think we're going to get to. DeAndre Hopkins signed with the Titans.
It's not a needle mover for me.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that, but all right. If he's happy with Tennessee, like,
okay,
cool. All right.
They got a replacement now for AJ Brown, but I mean, if I had to choose today, I never think about the AFC South.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
The only time I think about the AFC South is when I say, "Oh, not watching that game."
Yeah, that's pretty much.
But
that's pretty much it.
I don't think this puts him ahead of the Jaguars. That's who I have winning the AFC South.
Wimbledon was fantastic.
My goodness.
Wimbledon was absolutely incredible. It was one of those classics. 4 hours, 42 minutes, 5 sets. The legend versus the young up and comer. Djokovic denied history with the calendar Grand Slam. Really,
he was very upset about that. I understand it. It's okay. I get it.
No, that's not. It doesn't happen very often.
What they say in who was that on SportsCenter to say good craftsman? Kenny Mayne, I think. Good craftsman never blames his tools.
Sounds like a Kenny Mayne.
It does sound like Kenny Mayne.
Jokovic broke the racket a couple
Oh
times.
my gosh! Like, I mean, he broke the hell out of that racket. Like,
Oh, there's such high tension. If you hit the edge, it crumbles.
oh
That's
man!
what happens.
When they
Yeah.
showed it, I was like, oh my god! I didn't know he was Bo Jackson out there.
Oh no! If you snap a
Jesus.
racket, the whole thing goes.
Oh, that's what he did.
Yeah,
he got that in the right part. 'Cause
It
that
was
thing
amazing.
Folded up.
It was amazing that that the young kid Alcaraz just kept coming back with these incredible big shots, and then the drop shots that he had were just unbelievable. Like, how in the world are you stopping a ball like that? So I thought it was fun because every time you saw the momentum want to shift, he would just come back with some crazy play where he was reading Djokovic like way out in advance.
Looked like a hell of a final. I should have watched
It's
it.
incredible.
I was too busy watching Giants baseball. And you know what really pissed me off?
That's okay.
You know what really pissed me off though, and I thought about this, and I really hope,
I feel like you were pissed off a lot this weekend.
Well, actually, I had a good weekend, but I was pissed
Miami
off at this point.
and this and
The Giants game was on the Peacock app, and you know what happens? Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know nothing about nothing.
I was just asking.
It's not. I don't know if it's Kansas. What? I don't know nothing about all that over here. It's just, but obviously, I'm locked in to the app.
Oh, the app. Yeah, right. And you can't.
So,
right.
What it really did,
Yeah.
honestly, is it made me not pay attention to the game sometimes because during commercial breaks or if they had a pitching change or something like that, I would be on the phone and I'd be looking at anything else that's going on.
Mm-hmm.
I hate that. And that's where it feels like we're going with sports, your YouTubes, your Amazons. I think it's not a game changer, but that sucks that we won't be able to change channels anymore without being locked into an app.
Yeah, not my favorite.
Not
my
a fan of
favorite.
it.
I do, because I watch everything on YouTube TV, and they now have it so you can like hit a button, and instead of watching a commercial, you can just have like
Relaxing music.
elevator music.
Yeah.
Just like, some sort of landscape, and then it's playing music.
But at least
Even
with
worse, I'd take the commercial.
At least with YouTube TV, oh no, those relaxing scenes are pretty dope. It's like a beach with just some waves crashing.
I'm watching a game. I'm turned up. I don't need to be relaxed.
I think you do. I've seen you watch games before. You could probably use a lot of crashing waves. But at least with YouTube TV, it's still TV that you can change the channel. On the Peacock app, if you're off of the game, you're going to the office. Or you're going to SummerSlam. Like, that's about it. Like, you're just going to something else within that app. At least YouTube has.
And it
It's
takes
channels.
forever to get back.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's loading.
It's a pain
like
in the ass.
Oh my gosh, I hate that.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC along with James Ham here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, live on Twitter. We are counting down the top 25 games of this past Sacramento Kings season. This is day number 1. This is game number 25.
Number 25, James. We'll see if you have any memories of this game. But number 25 took place on October 29th, a Saturday afternoon at the Golden One Center. Sacramento Kings went into that game 0-4. They were facing the Miami Heat. Definitely 0-5 coming. Not so fast, my
The
friend.
Eastern Conference champion, Miami Heat, which we did not
champions.
see coming at the time.
So the Kings win 119-113. I went back and watched this game, and that was one of the things that stood out. Like, think about where those two teams ended up. The Heat, I think, were 1-4 going into that game, maybe 2-5. They were struggling going into that game. Kings obviously 0-4. And look where those two ended up. Miami Heat in the NBA Finals, the Kings, one of the great seasons they've had in franchise history. But on October 29th, that was a team of two also-rans. Kevin Huerter went crazy in this game. 7 of 8 from beyond the arc, finished with 27 points. He was balling. Domantas Sabonis, he played really well. Was doing work in that first half and that first quarter, but he fouled out of the game. He finished with 18,
that era.
18 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists in 23 minutes. He was 8 of 9 from the field. So he was looking like he was, but I remember in the third quarter, I think with like 8 minutes to go in the third quarter, he got his 5th foul.
The third quarter was very, very bad for Sacramento.
Oof.
They were dominant in the first half. 71-49.
Yeah,
I believe was the score at the end of the first half.
They
They were dominant. And then the third quarter arrived, and they weren't.
It got ridiculous.
33-19 in that third and fourth
quarter. He got that game to within 1 midway through the fourth quarter, but that was almost a preview of a fourth quarter Fox. Him and Tyler Hero went at it in the fourth quarter. Tyler Hero went. That boy was hooping. I had this discussion again this morning about people just kind of sleeping on Tyler Hero.
You're the president of the Tyler Hero
I
fan
guess
club
I
at
am.
this
He
point.
had 34 on the day. He was cooking that game, but De'Aaron Fox was a little too much for him. He had a couple nice little moves on Tyler Hero to help put that game away. And we probably didn't realize it or know it just because we weren't paying attention, but also because the game ended at like 4:30 in the afternoon. That was the first time the beam was ever lit at the Golden One Center. So game number 25 is when the Kings beat the Heat 119-113. James, you remember anything from that game?
Yes, I do remember a lot from this game. Strangely enough, number one, Udonis Haslem played.
He did play, like in
which
the
was
second quarter.
He played early. It was early. He played, and both Bam and Domantas were in foul trouble. And this is a game where you looked at the Heat and you thought, man, they're in trouble. Their depth is an issue early in the season, and they got healthy after that. But it was one of those games. Also, De'Aaron Fox had 13 rebounds.
Yeah,
he took over as a rebounder when Sabonis was in foul trouble. And so that was one of those things where you could tell, first of all, the team came out firing early on. They went up big in the first half. And what did they up? They dropped 71 in the first half.
It was as high as 25 or something like that.
Yeah, it was the first game where you thought, oh, are they going to do what they have done in the past years where they lose in the third quarter? And then that became one of those things during the season where they shook that trend and went away from that trend, where all of a sudden they became the team that came out and punched people in the third quarter. And I think it was.
This wasn't that game.
No,
they didn't punch. They got hit repeatedly in the third quarter in this one, but that was a.
They did, but I think it's a precursor to what happens afterwards. They start to realize we can't be that team. If we're already 0-4, we got to win, but we almost blew it in the third quarter. That's who we were before. We can't be that team anymore. And from then on, I think we started to see them show that they could come out and be the team that punched in the third quarter.
The game was also the career high at the time for Keegan Murray. 22 points, his first 20-point game of his career. 22 points.
I'm glad you brought up Keegan, because the thing that stands out about this October 29th game against Miami, the number 25 game in our top 25 games of the Kings season, is what he said post game, and I'm sure James will remember this. And again, it's in the moment you don't really think about it. It's interesting to go back and watch it again after seeing the season that the Kings have. We pointed to Malik 50 different times to think that times Malik said, we're fine, we're right there, or the other one, we're not going to fall apart, we're not going to splinter apart, like we're going to stay in this thing together and we're going to keep fighting out victories. This one, first Kings win of the season. They're 0-4. They're 1-4 now. Keegan Murray postgame. First thing he says, I think we played well, but that's what we expect. We expect to win games. This team had a monumental level of confidence from day one. 0-1, confidence never wavered. 0-2, confidence never wavered. 0-3, 0-4, confidence never wavered. And they get this first win against Miami, and hey, how's it feel to get the first win? Hey, I think we played well, but that's what we expect. We expect to play well. We expect to win games, and that's from the rookie.
I think it's interesting. There was, like, especially early on, you felt like there's a naivety about him. like he was naive to what was about to happen. And it ended up that he was more like even killing on par with what was going to happen, as opposed to what it felt like when it was happening. Because it was like, yeah, man, you haven't been here. You don't like you expect that's fine.
Oh, how cute.
Yeah, you expect that. But so did Tyrese Halliburton. And then, by game 35, he's got his hood pulled down all the way over his face to him post game and doesn't want to hardly talk. So yeah, I mean, I guess one of the good things about this season was not allowing Keegan Murray to get beat into submission like everyone else has over the last 15, 16 years. All the young players just getting thumped by reality, where you go from, again, look at where your previous rookie, where Davion Mitchell was a year before. He's at Baylor winning a national championship, shows up and like, oh man, how many games did you lose? Like, did it take the first week of the season, the first 2 weeks of the season for him to lose more games than he had the previous year in college? Not easy.
Yeah.
But that's not what Keegan faced. He faced the 0-4 adversity, but then the rest of it was like, this is what's expected. We expect this. It's like, well, no one else in the building did. Good for you.
Well, that's what I want to ask you. So, like, real quick, just covering the team, did you, even at 0-4, feel like the Kings players thought like, because you'd see him at practice, you'd see him every day. Like, did you ever say like, this isn't like an 0-4 bad team? They just got to figure out how to play. Like, did you see it, or did what happened in the next couple of weeks, did that come out of nowhere to you as well after seeing them for 4 games?
Yeah, I mean, I remember, like, I told the story. I was here, but I was at a brewery in Auburn, and I ran into a Kings fan, and they were 0-4, and there was panic. And he's like, "Is it going to be another bad season?" It's like, I don't think so. Like, the vibe around the team is different. I had confidence that they would be able to turn it around. I said, I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs, but I also think that they're going to be pretty solid. I think they're going to be a good team. And that's what we saw. We saw them grow right from that. It was, they had a win, a loss, and then all of a sudden, boom, the 7-game win streak, and boom, they're over 500. And you're like, when are they going to get back to 500? Or are they going to fall below? Or they're going to get, what was the number? They couldn't get 5 games over 500. They could get 4, and they did that so many times. They couldn't get the 5th. But you're waiting for these like almost watershed moments where, you break through and boom, you're taking off to another level. And they just kept having them. And some of them, it took a while. Sometimes it took them a little while to like embrace who they were becoming and figure out ways to bring it every night. But then once they did, you started to see the growth, like almost on a daily basis. Yeah. And it started in like the first day of training camp or media day with Mike Brown and him yelling in the gym and all that stuff. Like, you instantly felt like the spirit of the team was different. And that's good. I mean, like, that's what a coaching change is supposed to do. It just never really worked in Sacramento. Like, every coaching change came with this caveat that this is who you get to be this year, but next year you're going to have a totally different team, and the idea is going to be totally different. This year we're going to go veteran. Next year we got 5 rookies, and you're starting over. And so there was no continuity of where you're going.
Another quirk about this game, Dame and James, is Alex Lynn sighting, like in the second quarter. Alex Lynn played in this game and didn't do bad. He's fine.
That's interesting because everyone got in foul trouble. Yeah. Interesting stuff.
One of the 6 games he seemed to play before. He played every game in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And then got a new contract. Come back here and do it again with Sacramento. We'll have game number 24 tomorrow. We'll come back. James continues to hang out with us. We'll talk. I want to tell you about the Goliath. It's just some things I picked up in that.
I forgot that was I got to peep that. All 3 are out?
All 3 are out. Yeah, okay. on the streaming service. All 3 are out. Obviously I can't spoil 3 hours of content for you, but there's a couple of things I picked up that I thought were really, really interesting. And then we mentioned the Joel Embiid quote. We haven't touched on that. He's trying to clean it up on social. It's not working. It's too late.
We all know where this is going.
We do. And that's the thing. We all know where this is going. We'll come back. Steelo and KC with James Ham here, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hey, do I have to move? I feel like there's something I need to do with this live read, and I can't figure out what it is. I'm trying to like move it over to the bubble, but it's not working.
Aaron, we love Alex Lynn. No. That's our guy too. We love Alex Lynn.
No, Alex Lynn's
I like Alex. He's a
fantastic.
good dude. He's got a roll.
Mm-hmm. Jesse gonna have to teach me how to run a board.
Teach you how to Dougie.
Well, do that too. Yeah, I know there was something we were supposed to do, but we couldn't do it because it wasn't actually here. Just flagging him down. Just flagging him down like it's another big emergency. It's not an emergency. I know there was. I feel like there was something we were supposed to do with the live read that we couldn't execute because there wasn't a live read to do. Are we supposed to like move it over here?
No, it should.
Because I thought there was a box I had to check.
Yeah.
But I don't see the box unless it doesn't pop up until we get there, which is at the end of this hour.
Okay. Is it that Sky River one?
Yeah, it's this one right there, I believe. The blue one.
Let me check with Jonathan just because he's more familiar with it. But
Okay.
I think
I just thought there was something we had to hit to
maybe
confirm.
Actually, yeah, can you? Oh wait. So this is your live,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
but that's your log on that side.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Maybe that's the problem. Can I take a look at something real quick?
Yeah. Of course.
Sheen is still in business.
Oh, the Rico case ain't hit yet.
Yo, Trista. Trista done dove into the culture for her last TikTok.
Uh-oh.
This is
It's not an
crazy
Adam
story.
22 video, is it? Oh, no, is it? Oh, no. She
What I
found
said-
out Adam 22 was following her on Twitter. And
Oh my God.
yeah, she's been bugged out ever
Oh,
since.
no.
Did you see the Adam 22 story?
No.
Good. Don't. Can't unsee it. Just leave it. Just leave it. I learned.
Adam
Okay, yeah,
22
no
is. I don't know what this is.
He's just a media
If we're
member.
back on, I think we could do it in his room too.
Oh, he's a
Because
media
we're on
member,
commercial right now.
Yeah, he's got.
Thank you, Seth.
and he's not good people.
No,
It's
it's
fine.
he. You know, I guess once you make a certain amount of money, you find different ways to entertain yourself. And he. Yep. he just went to a specific website which I had never heard of until an episode of the Joe Budden podcast, and it was like, well,
Man.
even our show has limits. I'm just gonna leave that one.
Yeah,
Leave that
that's
one out
just-
there. Nah, that ain't for us. That ain't for us.
Oh man.
L. Duncan and Kevin Nagandi are the two great ESPN employees left.
Phenomenal. Reese was watching SpongeBob over the weekend, and they were talking. The general public was talking again. Cracked me up.
You got it? Whoa. I have the bubble. Okay.
But they say, Jesse, oh no. Knuckles.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks.
It's the way they say it. It's just hilarious. The general public is hilarious, man.
This is a very interesting commercial break for those that are listening on the radio and tuning in Odyssey. It turns out even our show has limits.
Yeah, we ain't going there.
And we reached it during the commercial break. It was just like, nah,
not my job.
We're good. You can find that content in other podcasts.
Not my job.
Now I have regrets about Google.
I told you not to do it, James.
No,
James.
Oh.
James, I told you, do
told me
not
not
look
to.
up Adam 22.
You told me not to.
I told you.
When friends tell you not to Google, don't Google. I feel like
You remember,
James.
what is it?
Hey, did you look that up on your computer or the station's computer?
Station? No.
Don't, whatever you do, don't click the website blacked.
Oh, no.
Don't click that.
I didn't click anything.
Okay.
I just like,
Don't click blacked. Just James, X out of everything. Shut your computer down.
Shut it
and
all down.
just close it.
Close it down.
Oh man. Well, this is an interesting transition to Wilt Chamberlain because
Hey-o.
let's all take a second real quick.
wow.
Wow.
All right.
I clicked no buttons. I just know that he's a YouTuber.
That's all you know,
YouTuber.
huh? I get the feeling you found out something else.
I may have found out something
Yeah.
else.
I hope there's no accompanying videos.
No.
No, you
Oh,
have.
no,
You
I
have.
didn't- I
I
didn't
was gonna
click
say
any.
you.
Just a YouTuber.
I didn't click
Just
any
a
videos.
YouTuber. That's what we.
Well,
just a
sometimes you don't
YouTuber.
have to click a video. Sometimes it just starts playing. I'm like, I'm sorry. What is this? Oh, all right.
Sit right up.
So Wilt Chamberlain.
So yeah. So speaking of black, Wilt Chamberlain, 3-part series, Goliath, debuted last night, Sunday. No, it was Friday. Excuse me, it
really
debuted
looking
on Friday.
forward to
I
this.
watched it. On
Really,
Sunday.
I forgot it came out, so this is something I'll be watching this week.
I liked it. I wanted to love it, but I really liked it. I think one flaw in it, Kevin Garnett was one of the main people behind this. He's very entertaining I find Kevin Garnett very entertaining because he is who he is.
He's very raw.
Yeah, on or off camera. One annoying quirk is, and I get why they did it. Like they're trying to tell a story, and I understand why they did it. Is they intertwined like a lot of current stuff to like they talk about Kevin Nagandi interrupts and says LeBron James is opting out of his deal in Cleveland. He's going to become a free agent. And it's like, okay, they're doing that because Wilt Chamberlain moved around. Like they're trying to tie today's basketball into Wilt Chamberlain. They showed clips of Joe and Jokic and Giannis. And I didn't think it really needed that. They also did something, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's scary. And it's the future because this is the first time I've seen it. When the series starts, all 3 episodes, they do it with all 3 episodes. When the series starts, a disclaimer comes up and says, Wilt's voice was created with an AI program with the permission of the Wilt Chamberlain estate. The words used are his from his book and from public speeches. So they were all things that he said, just kind of repackaged for the documentary.
He didn't. Well, I'm sure there's audio, maybe some, but in his book, there's no audio. Like they used his words in his book,
right,
with his AI voice.
And there's a few times where it gets lost, where he's telling a story that I don't think the AI program can translate. So he's delivering it in a way where he probably wouldn't deliver it that way. So it's it really does, especially with the disclaimer, take a little getting used to.
That's when Jerry West, I started playing with him and we had tacos.
So
what?
So Jerry, because they played together and
the championship.
They were really close to beating the Celtics. multiple times. And like, I don't think I knew the Havlicek stole the ball was against the Wilt Chamberlain team. And
that was against the Sixers, right? I think it was
the Sixers, yeah. And but he talks about like the stuff about Jerry West, what we were just talking about earlier, losing, like, man, it comes through it. This documentary is about Wilt Chamberlain, but you learn a little bit about some of the other guys. Jerry West being one of them, which Jerry West to this day, he talks about that championship eating him up. They lost
the game 7-1 or
that one
in LA.
They came back from like 5 down in the final 30 seconds.
And then Don Nelson hit some type of back rim.
He says, I swear to God, that shot went 15 feet in the air before it dropped through. The luckiest shot Don Nelson ever hit in his life.
That was a crazy shot. You've seen that shot before.
Incredible.
Right?
Yeah, they showed it in the doc.
Oh, okay.
It hits
That's
it's garbage. They poked the ball. So, but what stood out, and I think this was the same game. I think it was the same game. But this is what really caught my attention was Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain were really good friends until Bill's last game. In the final minutes, Wilt got hurt and the Lakers were down. And Jerry West, Mr. Clutch, brought them all the way back. Wilt goes to get up, and I can't remember who the coach was of the Lakers at the time, says, no. We don't need you. Let them finish. And he doesn't let Wilt play. And, they lose. That was Bill Russell's last game. He wins the championship. Bill Russell said publicly he thought Wilt Chamberlain copped out because Wilt was labeled a loser. He was a stat chaser. That season, Wilt scored 50, averaged 48 and a half minutes. He didn't win the MVP. Bill Russell did. Players voted on it back then. And the players didn't like Wilt Chamberlain. They thought he was a stat chaser, but he knew he always had Bill. I don't know that they reconciled. They didn't talk. The way it was described, they didn't talk for decades after Bill Russell said that line publicly. And I thought that was you don't hear that Bill Russell story very often. Like, it reminded me of, there's a book called, I think we've talked about this before, called Ghosts of Manila. And we've all heard the Muhammad Ali, Joe Frazier story, but we always heard it from Muhammad Ali's side. Ghost of Manila tells it from Joe Frazier's side. And it's not a Joe Frazier biography or anything like that. It's from a completely neutral party, but they're telling the story like with input, like from like Joe Frazier, how Joe Frazier felt rather than what Muhammad Ali was trying to accomplish. And how Muhammad Ali just killed Joe Frazier, by the way, like it hurt him so bad. And it gives you a very unflattering perspective of Muhammad Ali. There's about 20 minutes of this documentary, and this is almost like something you're not supposed to say, that gives you a very unflattering opinion of Bill Russell. And it really felt like Wilt Chamberlain was out there by himself. And what's my man's name from CNN? W. Kamau Bell. He had such a great line that Wilt Chamberlain essentially created a position that other guys tried to follow. He created the tall black sex symbol. And like Shaq he applied for Wilt's job. Like that's what he did. Like he applied for the job that Wilt had. Like Wilt was very literally the first to do it. Bill Russell wasn't that. Like there was no athlete of his time like Wilt Chamberlain. I went into this documentary wanting desperately to learn something, and I did. Again, there were a few hiccups, I think, in the presentation of it. Overall, it's very, very good and very much worth everyone's, each episode is about 50 to 60 minutes. It's 3 episodes. It hits the ground running. Like it does not start slow. Like it moves. It is it's very good and very, very interesting.
Did you come away with that? Because this is something that I always wondered with just how Wilt was. Did you come away feeling that he was truly comfortable with being Wilt the Stilt and all this other stuff, or did his flamboyance and his outgoing did that mask insecurity, so to speak?
No, he wasn't insecure.
Yeah,
He was not
never
insecure
got
at
that.
all. Nope. He was very aware of what he was and very comfortable. There were things he didn't like he didn't think the label of being a loser was fair.
I always hated that too, and I mean I wouldn't.
Not that anyone would like being called a loser, but like
D'Lo and KC wasn't around, but I would. That's completely unfair.
Mhm.
That is completely unfair, and I always hated that. You hear a lot of, especially a lot of Celtics guys like a Simmons or whatever. They would look at, well, no, Bill Russell was better because he won all the time. Like he always beat Wilt. Well, I mean, it's still a team game. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
it's still a team game, and Russell was phenomenal in his own right, but he was playing with Hall of Famers left and right, and Wilt played with some as well. But I mean, the Celtics were beating everybody, not just Wilt.
I think part of it was he was teased so much because he was obviously extremely tall at a very young age. He was teased so much about that when he got dominant at basketball, he was like, yo, this is what solidifies who I am. Like, y'all can't touch me. And whether it was coaches, comedians, whoever, that's why he lived the way that he did. That's like, we always we get caught up in the way guys look, like Chet, Vic, like those skinny Giannis, the transformation of Giannis during his time in the league. Go look at Wilt. Look at Wilt's transformation up until when he became a Laker. Like he got bigger and significantly stronger. There's clips of Bill Russell and other guys. He's just the strongest dude in the league. There's a clip of him shaking Shaq's hand where it looks like he's about to rip Shaq's arm off. It's just like, and not in like some like joking way, like he's just reaching out to shake his hand. And I don't think Shaq was prepared for a handshake like that. And you could see Shaq's arm, like, what the hell? But like, that's who he was. Like he took being Wilt Chamberlain very seriously.
I'm always so fascinated with Wilt. I say all the time, because in my personal list, I've got Wilt number 4 all time. And my reasoning with that, number one, I think all these great players today, yesteryear, whatever, they're products of their environment. They're that great. You put them in whatever era, they'd find a way to be just as great.
Yeah.
That's what I believe for most of them. Bob Cousy, I don't know. But when it comes to Wilt, his numbers were so ridiculous. Like, I always say, take for argument's sake, just cut his numbers in half. But like, he wouldn't be able to do that today. Cut him in half. And there's still something crazy like 22 points, 17 rebounds. Like, Wilt was insane. And he would have been insane in any era.
I agree. Like, I've always, like, you talk about your top 5, like he's always been number 2 for me. Is Jordan, and then Wilt, and then we can start to discuss who the next guys are. I mean, he's just the greatest. Like, I mean, he changed the game just like Jordan did, but he changed the game where you didn't have to be a stiff if you were 7 foot tall. Like, you could actually be a ball player. And I think that's where the game started to change. And I mean, like, we're seeing it reverberate now. And did he chase stats? Sure, he chased stats, but like, to a certain degree, every player does.
Well, multiple coaches also built their offense around him.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to touch the ball every time down the court. Whereas Red Auerbach used Bill Russell was almost like Domas. Where now we could have a chicken or the egg argument here about whether Bill Russell was surrounded by Hall of Famers or Bill Russell made those guys Hall of Famers, because
Yeah.
I genuinely don't know which one it was. I never watched them, but it certainly it gives such a unique. Bill Russell is the greatest winner we've ever seen, probably in any professional sport. Like, he didn't lose in the biggest games possible. But where does that rank him amongst the greatest of all time? The greatest basketball players to ever live? Because are those categories separate? The greatest winner and the greatest of all time? Because they show Bill Russell and they show Wilt Chamberlain, and it's just like, man, I don't feel like I'm not sure what I'm looking at here, but the one who stands out on the screen is Wilt Chamberlain. But Bill Russell won every time.
Right.
Or, to be fair, the Celtics won every time, whether it was Philadelphia, or I guess I should say whether it was the 76ers or the Warriors or the Lakers. Like, they won.
It kind of feels like two comparisons, like in the NFL. Like, I think Tom Brady is the greatest winner of all time at the NFL level. But, Peyton Manning could be considered the greatest quarterback of that era. And you could say the same thing about the previous era. Like, Joe Montana is the greatest winner, but Dan Marino was the greatest quarterback. He was the guy that was changing the game the entire time, where, sure, like the West Coast offense and stuff, but revolutionizing the game. First guy with, 2,000-yard receivers and like threw 5,000 yards or close to 5,000
in the early
yards.
80s. It's insane.
In 84. Yeah. So
and real quick, I just want to say, hey, we do not hide how we feel about this man as a man or whatever. But Aaron Rodgers, I mean, I always thought he was more talented than Tom Brady. The way he played quarterback is, I probably can't name 5 guys that play quarterback better than Aaron Rodgers. But he's got 1 Super Bowl compared to Brady's 7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, that's what you're looking at. You're looking at guys who are just flat out winners. And that's where, I think Bill Russell versus Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, we can, I guess, embrace both.
I think sometimes, like D'Lo and Casey and James, sometimes things just come together and they work, right? Bill Belichick and Tom Brady worked. Bill struggled to find success elsewhere. Red Auerbach and Bill Russell worked. If Red Auerbach tried to play Bill Russell like these guys tried to play Wilt Chamberlain, it might be a different story, where Wilt Chamberlain was, taking, 3/4 of the shot, scoring 56. Everything ran through him. Maybe the story in the doc is Red Auerbach tried to get Wilt Chamberlain. He tried to convince Wilt Chamberlain to go to Harvard so he could be the territorial pick for Boston. And when he didn't get him, that's how Bill Russell became a Celtic.
It's
what would seriously, what would Wilt Chamberlain, Red Auerbach have been like?
Yeah.
Like, how different is NBA history if it's Wilt, the Celtics, and Red Auerbach against, who knows where Bill Russell is in that scenario?
I think those things would flip.
Because
it feels like if Wilt had the structure of the Boston Celtics, he'd just never lose. Because
even back then the Celtics were structured,
right?
Yeah, but would the structure have limited him?
Or would he have gone for it?
Yeah,
maybe. I don't know. I watched the doc. Maybe I have a better understanding. Whatever. Did you come away from that feeling like Wilt was a selfish player?
No,
or he just did this is what I do?
I think he did what he thought he had to do to win.
Yeah. So if he had a guy like Red Auerbach telling him this is what you got to do to win, I don't think there's anything that would say that Wilt wouldn't do it.
I don't think it's in the doc. Obviously, the game is covered, but I read it I read it in a different article after the episode. He, for maybe up until the 90s, so like 3 decades, hated the 100-point game. He absolutely hated it because he thought it painted him a certain way. He thought it reinforced the label that everybody put on him. And he hated it. He embraced it, like I guess towards the end of it, he embraced it towards the end of his life, where he recognized how truly special and unique it was. But when it first happened, he'll point to 10 different games that he loved more than that 100-point game.
Yeah, fascinating dude. I can't wait.
He really is. You asked about insecurity, and now that I say that again, I don't think he's insecure, but I think he was frustrated with people's perception of him, and I don't think that's insecurity, but maybe I
mean that's what it is. Frustrated.
Maybe it is, but
yeah. Well, I mean to a certain degree, like so, to me, when you're fully secure, and I don't know if anybody in life is fully secure, but like people can say whatever they want about you, whatever. I don't care. But like there was a trigger for him. If somebody labeled him a loser or selfish, that trigger. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Like that would get to him. So maybe there's an insecurity there or whatever, but I look at that as just being a human being.
But
what you don't like people saying something about you that you don't think is true.
You know what I think the crux of it is, after seeing this play out a little bit, is Bill Russell. I think the bulk of his frustration comes with the fact that he believes, and he wishes other people believed, universally, he's a significantly better player than Bill Russell is. And he doesn't think there should be a conversation about that. And I think the remark that Bill Russell, I think that kind of like set into place like some of his feelings. They reconciled after that. But I don't think he ever like shed that. I think Bill Russell constantly being put above him because he won all of those championships, when he was doing everything. Like if Daryl Morey was around, he would say, we're chasing Red Auerbach in the Boston Celtics, right? Like part of like his frustration, part of Wilt's frustration is that no matter where he went, it was always the Celtics, and he needed to find a group that would allow him to beat the Celtics. And the only guy he found was Jerry West. It's on Showtime. Yeah, go watch it. Really good.
And I always think about that too. I'm big on the responsibility of a player being factored in, right? So like a lot of people will look at Bill Russell and be like, Bill Russell's better. He won all this other stuff. Yeah, but he didn't have the responsibility of Wilt Chamberlain. Like he could have a game where he scored 19 and just go get rebounds and defend and pass to Havlicek or whatever, and he'd do the heavy lifting. Like Wilt didn't have that.
He also didn't have Red Auerbach. He was De'Aaron Fox getting new coaches every damn year.
I was just about to say that was on a smaller degree. That's what I would always say about De'Aaron Fox when you talked about John Morant or before last year, SGA and all this. Like Trae Young, like these guys are better than De'Aaron Fox. Well, De'Aaron Fox, these guys can literally just focus on their offensive game and what they want to do, shooting, passing. That's all they have to worry about. They all hide in the corner and never play defense, and they have other teammates around them that are really good, can close out a game for them, all this other stuff. De'Aaron Fox was asked to be the best scorer, be the best passer, be the best defender, be the face of a franchise that hasn't done anything right for 15, 16 years. I was like, it's not the same. Like it's not the same. What he has on his plate is a lot more than what a John Morant had on his plate. And I always thought that would factor in when you talked about who's better, or just saying Ja or anybody's just way better than Fox. Well, they don't have the same responsibility that De'Aaron Fox has.
Well, winning at the NBA level is always situational. I mean, it just is. Like, there are players that land in the right spot at the right time and just find great success. Like, again, like Tim Duncan probably becomes Tim Duncan no matter where he is. But the fact that, he shows up and David Robinson's there and Greg Popovich steps in and then they start building, like, that's one situation. I think the other guy that you can kind of say, like, he creates that wherever he goes is LeBron. Like, so Jordan did it, but Jordan did it for years with the Bulls. LeBron, it doesn't matter where he goes. They make
he's
it to
a
the
one-man
NBA
dynasty.
Yeah, he is. And I mean, whether he wins it every time, sometimes he gets in his own way because he becomes part of the idea behind roster creation and stuff like that. So like he's cost himself probably one or two extras by being part of the decision-making process, but he still just goes everywhere and wins. So, I mean, I think LeBron is a great player. I still think Jordan was a better player, but that's just me. And I still think Wilt was a better player. But LeBron does have that one thing about him that it doesn't matter where he goes. Like, they're going to be there. They're going to make it deep in the playoffs. And as long as he can still play at even 80% of his peak or 75% of his peak, they're still going to have a shot.
I agree.
Alfonso's asking, this emerged like a week or two ago, if the footage of that 100-point game is real. I don't think that it is. The documentary acknowledges what we've heard for decades, is that no footage of this game exists. Then out of nowhere, and someone tagged me in it, there's clips of a game that appears to be the game where he scored 100. I don't think that that's real. I don't know what that footage is, but I don't think that it's real. And again, the documentary, the first thing they say is there's no footage of this game. It doesn't exist. It's even at like a different arena, because they used to travel in arenas around town to try to get more people in the area excited for basketball, because basketball was trash back then. No one supported it. And, there's some stuff in there that reminds you of the battles that David Stern was fighting. Now, this obviously David Stern took it long after Wilt Chamberlain, but some of the news articles that are read, oh man, go out of your way. You'll learn a lot about the NBA in this one. There's also his college national championships, like Kansas playing North Carolina. You talked about how he had to be responsible for everything. Their sole mission, North Carolina's sole mission, was to keep the ball out of Kansas, out of Wilt's hands. There's no 24-second clock.
Oh man, 4 corners.
That's all it was. That's how they tried to keep him out of the game. Was they would just 4 corners, pass the ball. I think it was a triple overtime game that scored in the 50s.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's basketball back then. The documentary is called Goliath. Again, it's available on Showtime. Go watch it. It'll teach you a lot about basketball, and it'll teach you a lot about Wilt Chamberlain. Smooth transition here from Wilt Chamberlain to Joel Embiid. I'm not sure where Joe said this, but it looked like he was talking to Rich Paul. Of course, Bleacher Report took this quote and put it out there for the world to see. He said, and there is audio of it, there's a video of it that you could see. Joel Embiid said, I just want to win a championship, whatever it takes. I don't know where that's going to be, whether it's Philly or anywhere else. I just want to have a chance. Oh, we all knew. And JoJo, I'm not mad. Now, he did take the social media and indirectly said he was trolling. I don't believe him.
No.
Because you can.
That's not even a troll.
Watch the clip.
And we've seen him troll.
He's serious.
Yeah.
And of course he should be serious in talking about winning a championship. But no one on the planet should be surprised by this. Daryl Morey, the Philadelphia 76ers, they're on notice. Put something together that puts this man in position to win a championship.
And here's the reality of the
situation.
situation.
Get James Harden the hell off of that team.
Well, here's the reality. They can't put anything together. That's going to be a championship team. This thing is over. It's over in Philly.
I'm really close to agreeing with you there. And then the problem too is that Morey is doing what Morey always does. He's trying to strong arm the league and get the best deal possible for James Harden. You need to do what's right to get your team moving the right direction.
Yeah. Was it Nick Nurse? I was trying who did they hire? It was Nick Nurse, right?
Yeah, Nick Nurse. Bobby Jackson,
Rico Hines.
Howard Eskin on Nick Nurse.
I don't want to hear Howard Eskin anymore.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm like, or anybody else in Philly.
Well, that's right. I'm sorry. Well, man, I forgot who I was
Drapes.
talking to.
Yeah,
I forgot who. Well, Drapes is with us now.
But how I was going to say Howard Eskin. Remember Nick Nurse. He's lucky that was Nick Nurse and not me.
Yes, I recall.
Talking about do you want James Harden here? Well, you didn't answer the question. Excuse me. I'll answer with the back of my open hand. That's what You ask me that again. Who the hell are you talking to?
And as we're speaking, this comes up from Sham Charania. Or he's on the rally. Harden and Morey's relationship essentially severed. As James wants to be traded.
Yeah, James is hurt.
Los Angeles Clippers. He's hurt.
James is hurt.
Because he took a massive pay cut, James. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. He took a massive pay cut last year.
Huge.
Stu James, man. This guy. I don't know. I don't know where he be thinking sometimes.
I don't either, man. It's not my guy.
I have no idea what goes on in his head.
Isn't that crazy how Philly had all these top picks and all that? And there's a good chance like no one that they've selected or anything is on the roster within the next 2 years.
I mean,
they just failed.
Joe's the only one left, right?
Yeah, is it?
Like Ben, Okafor.
Was Nerlens Noel a number?
Nerlens Noel.
Oh yeah, he was a 7th pick
Like
right before
they-
Ben McLemore.
I
The
mean,
process.
failed horribly.
It
Horrible.
did.
'Cause
Oh, the
It-
point guard,
Markel
Markelle Fultz.
Oh man.
That was
yeah.
the number 1 pick,
Yeah.
and you gave up something. You gave up first round picks to move from 3 to 1, and then Jason Tatum was
And I
number.
believe Danny Ainge was laughing the whole way. Does anyone believe Danny Ainge always said we would have taken the same player? Were they number 1? Where were they?
they were at number 1.
Oh, they were number 1. That's right.
They would have taken the same player at number 1 that they took at number 3.
I believe him. That's
I know that's easy to say now, but do you?
No, I believe that's why he made the deal. Because look at these suckers. They think we're going to take Fultz.
That was so, and it was Markelle Fultz by far.
Yeah.
Like it was a consensus.
Like no revision.
It wasn't like Kyrie or Derek Williams. Like that controversy.
There's no revisionist history here. Markelle Fultz was sick at Washington. Like he looked like that dude.
He was sick at Washington on a team that lost and didn't make the tournament, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ben Simmons was on a team that didn't make the tournament.
Mm-hmm.
And they selected multiple players who appeared to be good, but didn't amount to winning. When their entire process, if you will, was getting to the point of winning.
Okafor was a winner.
Didn't they make Elton Brand the general manager?
Yeah, the process has always been to
Man.
find superstars. That's the process.
Mm-hmm.
It's to find superstars and then build the teams around them. But then even then they make missteps with, like, again, not to bash Tobias Harris because you take what they offer you, but like Tobias Harris making $40 million a year doesn't make sense in any world. Like at 25, at 22 million, that's fine. But like that's some of the missteps they take. A lot of the big market teams, that's where they really stunt their own growth is by paying role players.
They got him from the Clippers, right?
Yeah.
And then signed him to that deal that offseason.
Was it the Clippers for sure? Because
I think so.
It was either the Clippers or Detroit.
I feel like it was the Clippers. Because that wasn't he like the Clippers were surprising that year. And he was the best player on that team, I think. And they traded the point I'm trying to make is regardless.
What's Clippers?
The deal in the moment for Tobias wasn't that outrageous. It's just kind of aged strangely.
Mm-hmm.
Like he would like Tobias is good.
He's a good ball player.
No,
he was really good when they signed him to that deal.
Yeah, but really good. He wasn't great. And so that's the problem. I mean, when you're going to sign a guy to a 5-year, a $180 million contract.
Apparently, Monty McNair is the only general manager who can sign guys to reasonable contracts. Because it feels like most teams overpay for people.
Well, especially overpaying. That's why free agency, like it's a blessing and a curse that the Kings can't participate fully in free agency because they're not allowed to make the worst decisions of all time. And like, I don't want to say that Tobias Harris is the worst decision of all time, but the fact that like you owed him 2 years and like $78 million the last 2 years, that's a lot. And that, you know, at the same time, you have Harrison Barnes having a declining skill contract, and the degrees of separation between Tobias Harris and Harrison Barnes is like so slim, and one makes twice as much money.
Yeah.
That's trouble.
Wasn't it all in one offseason where they re-signed Harris, let Jimmy Butler walk, and they gave Horford that fat contract?
Yeah, they gave Horford. Yeah,
That might have been the
Oh,
end right there.
Horford.
that was the end.
Because that was Ellen Brand too.
Yeah, and
Elton-
nobody
well,
really.
maybe that was the end.
Oh,
Dude ran a G League team, with all due respect,
yeah.
for a minute and a half and became the general manager of the Philadelphia 76ers.
And the crazy thing about that is nobody really knows what happened with Jimmy Butler. And that was the end. Jimmy was perfect with that team, perfect with that city, and he was perfect with Ben Simmons. They would have been able to keep Ben Simmons. He would have been fine. He would have been the same type of player, but it wouldn't have been as magnified because you had a guy like Jimmy Butler teamed up with Joel Embiid, and Ben Simmons really could just pass off to he could do whatever he wanted to do in that respect. And that was the killer.
Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Had the chance to tell you about our amazing dinner at SR Prime. You know how much we love French fries. Couple of ordered of those. The smoked old fashions. I was the lone wolf. I was a one-man wolf pack. The rest of the crew had their bourbon old fashions, but I went with tequila. Can assure you, they were both on point.
Yeah,
SR Prime is one of the many amazing restaurants. They have 17 different restaurants and bars at Sky River Casino, and that doesn't include the soon-to-be open Humidor Bourbon and Cigars. We'll be there for the grand opening when it's time. I know the wall is going up this week. They're not far away from that thing being finished, but Sky River Casino is the place to play. It is the place to be. It is the place to eat. Get in on the action with over 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit. If you're 21 and over, that's important, even for the restaurants. I told the 2 security guards outside, say, ho, 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 ho. You guys can come back in 15 years when those little ones are 21 or over. Even if you want to get into the restaurants, you can't. You have to be 21 or older to step inside that casino. We appreciate you so much for being with us. We will be back here tomorrow on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Gigantes.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Okay, yeah, I want to. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, this is going to be happening a lot moving forward, probably permanently. We love y'all, but we got to go. We are preparing for stuff. August 14th. That's all we could tell you.
That's all we can say right now.
Hey, is August 14th the only day we're preparing for?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right. We love y'all.
Big things popping.
I'll get to tweeting here shortly.